Good morning and welcome NHRL fans to the House of Havoc. As of midnight last night, it is November, which means a new month, a new event, but the last chance to qualify for the championships next month. So we have a full day packed with action in the form of robot carnage. So let's get set, dig in, and head to the cages. First up, Knuckle Sandwich and Jetlag. Couple of former gold and dumpster winners. We got Peter and Lars facing off. This should be a banger.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're rolling in November. Let's go. Early contact here. Knuckle Sandwich coming right out, trying to punch him in the mouth with a little bit of robot Knuckle Sandwich. But Jetlag, oh, and Knuckle Sandwich does the thing, but for a brief moment, and then gets flipped into the air for his trouble. Jetlag doing some nice work here, getting after him and getting after him quick. But Knuckle Sandwich pushing right back. Both bots clearly racking up some early aggression points in this one. Oh, and a nice corner-to-corner toss there from that hit. Coast to coast, as they say in the wrestling biz. And Jetlag is right back at it. Knuckle Sandwich does the thing once again, as we are now 2 minutes left. Man, Jetlag just going after Knuckle Sandwich. It seems like every time Knuckle Sandwich is grounded and centered, Jetlag comes back, but now Jetlag's high centered. They're hung up on the edge of the box. And as you see up on our fancy new graphics there that we debuted last month, the X's next to the name indicate if a bot still has an unstick available. Don't have to use it, they're like timeouts, but you only get one, and now Jetlag has used their complimentary unstick, so they do not have one for the remainder of this fight. Good hit there by Jetlag. Lucky for them with that unstick. Unlucky to be put in that position still with about 2 minutes left in the fight. But we're under a minute now. Both teams, plenty of aggression. And a nice hit there by Jetlag, sending Knuckle Sandwich into the air. Damage, I feel, is pretty even, so it's going to come down to control. Should this one go the distance, we're at almost the 30-second mark, so I feel like it will, pending some kind of crazy event in there. But both bots doing a little bit of bot tango, and right back to it. And another good hit there by Jetlag. Knuckle Sandwich, though, we have 10 seconds left. This one will go the distance and to the judges. And man, talk about starting November off with a great back and forth fight. There was an unstick used. There was times where it seemed like Jetlag had control and was delivering the big hits. Show of sportsmanship between the two competitors. Yeah, that's an ideal way to start off the new event. It is the first of the month, one of the rare occasions that we have an event on the first day of the month. So we went from Halloween straight into robot fighting in less than 24 hours. Well, I don't envy the judges. I never do. But this one, man, that's going to be a tough call. I feel like I saw a bit more from Jetlag, but that unstick, I don't know. Is that going to play any kind of factor into their judging? That's what they do. They judge. All right, solid first fight. I like it. Sets a good tone for an event. Well, I hope everyone had a happy Halloween, however you celebrate, if you do. Had a few of the team members up in the pits and even some of the crew down here in the House of Havoc dressed up in costume, trying to get into the spirit of things. Kind of an odd day. A lot of people had kids they wanted to take out trick-or-treating, so we look up into the pits. Everybody's kind of back to normal now. But it is the beehive that it always is, that early morning. Everybody's trying to make some last-minute adjustments, or certain teams that were not here last night might be trying to put their bot together completely right now. I know that there was a few teams who I was talking to that their neighbors at the table weren't there yet. And they're like, well, you're gonna have to put them together in the morning. I'm sure that they're very well versed in doing that. I'm not gonna say, well, that's like cramming for the exam the night before. I'm sure they've done it a time or two. But we've got some onesies up there, some hoodies, some jackets, some jerseys, you know, the usual suspects in the regular collection of apparel you see early on in the pits. But everybody has a whole day ahead of them. They're just looking to make that top 16 and then qualify. Now to cage 2. All right, cage 2 has Juxtaposition and Derivative. Didn't get a chance to talk with either of these two teams last night, but I've heard good things. I'm excited to see this one. Looks like they're doing some testing here, making sure everything's good on the end of the radio and receiver. We went right into a cage for nonstop action for 3 minutes straight, and now we're playing the waiting game. Oh man, if that isn't a morning at NHRL, I don't know what is. Pausing for dramatic effect and building the anticipation. Those are things that we're kind of experts at here in the House of Havoc. They're having a discussion with the crew. Oh, I heard the phrase, see if it will start up, and that's not good. I just like everything to work. You know, whether it works well or not is, you know, kind of left to interpretation. I know a lot of teams come here to test out different configurations. They want to test out new weapons. They want to test to see if their bot that's already qualified is maybe championship ready with its current design. But I just want them to work. I'm happy when everything works. When we have two bots going after it in each cage. Yeah, nobody likes it when you have trouble at load-in. So it looks like we've gotten things squared away. Cage has been locked and secured, and both drivers have moved to their respective sides as we hear the buzzing of robot movement. Okay, so we do have an update on that first fight of the day. The judges have reached a decision. I'm waiting to hear if it was split or unanimous. I have a feeling it could have been very easily split, but nonetheless, details, details, details. Your winner by judges' decision, Jetlag. And it was unanimous for Jetlag. Well done. Way to start that out. And I kind of had a feeling that they had the edge there, even with that unstick. But, man, the aggression. Yeah, they had their Folgers morning cup of coffee. Or their Red Bull, or their Monster. However they get in fight mode first thing in the morning. I applaud them. It's not easy. All right, so we're back inside the cage now, quite literally, as we're doing some unscrewing of parts of the bot. I guess the advantage of this being so early is that at least it's happening early and not before KO Show, which don't forget is our new midday event. KO Show starts live at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's sort of the win and move on show. And then you certainly don't want it to happen in prime time. No, 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 no. So I guess if it's going to happen, it's best to be one of these early fights, but, you know, you don't want the panic to set in to start your morning off before 10 a.m. Yep, the gremlins are out. So as you see, with our amazing camera angles that we have at NHRL, the plate is off, the guts are out, and there's some tinkering going on inside that bot. There's a blinky light. Hopefully that's a good indicator that things are all right. And the guts, look like they're gonna go back in. Yep, cram it back in there. There we go. All right, so some chatter in my ear. This could be, unfortunately, a forfeit for derivative because of weapon failure. And again, you know, I guess good news is that it's early. You don't want to start the day off like this necessarily, but you'd rather have it happen now as opposed to, you know, KO Show or prime time. But you got to make it to those two. So hopefully derivative gets it figured out if that is in fact what has happened. Forfeit via weapon failure by Derivative. Very unfortunate. And yeah, I see one bot left in the cage. It looks like that will be the case, man. Best of luck to the guys at Derivative. Hope you guys get your weapon working. We can see some robot action from you later today. Coming up, though, we move on to the next robot action in the day. Chaos Upright versus Actual Size. Looks like we got a big wheel, which I'm a huge fan of. I love big wheel bots. And then a grappler control bot with a spinner. So the big wheel is Actual Size. They tend to name their bots cleverly like that. Ooh, I hear the whir and whiz of weapons spinning up, so it sounds like, looks like, this fight will happen.
Five, four,
Chaos Upright
three,
is a
two,
shuffling vertical
one.
spinner with
Fight,
hugging
robots,
arms,
fight.
as it was explained to me. Here we go. Fight, robots, fight. Actual Size getting in there and getting flipped for their trouble. Okay. I see you, Chaos Upright. These bots are going to have to be very particular about where they contact each other because they look like the perfect configurations where they could deflect each other for 3 minutes and not take a single lick of damage. But there we go. Sparks are flying. We've got contact. And we've got Actual Size doing some pushing and shoving. Chaos Upright, though, they're right back in there, waiting to see those arms move, but that weapon is not moving. We got a fully functional and high-speed spinner from Actual Size, but Chaos Upright, that thing is just stuck upright at the moment. So it's become a pushing, shoving match with under 2 minutes left. All right, so we're gonna get a pin from Chaos Upright. Nice job there, work with what you got. Actual Size, though, back at it. Trying to get over those big arms. Now they're back in the center. Now they can push and maneuver, and they get Chaos Upright upside down. Nice job there. Oh, yes, that up-close action of our corner cams. Gotta love it. And there we see some pieces flying as that weapon hits alive. The weapon for Chaos Upright is spinning at full power. And now there seems to be, well, there was for a brief moment a little bit of drive trouble, but both bots on the move again. Pieces flying off. We've got robot carnage. So both weapons spinning up. We're under 30 seconds left in this one. Been a tale of 2 different minutes. Not necessarily 2 different halves, but this one also gonna go to the judges. Oh, and that is how the fight will end for Chaos Upright there, upside down. I wonder if, because that's the last thing the judges see, how much that will play into their decision. So in most sports, it's a tale of two halves. This one, with 3 minutes, it was kind of a tale of two different minutes. The first one, actual size, came out guns a-blazing, and Chaos Upright, their weapon, wasn't working. So they had to go control. They were pinning, so that was good. Both were getting plenty of points for aggression. I think actual size probably got a bit more in the damage, but you see both black and white pieces scattered across the cage. But then that weapon fired up again, and Chaos Upright got some heavy hits in there. So, judges, once again, an unenviable position, not one I would want to be in. I really don't have an opinion on how I would score this one personally. I think I'm focused too much on how that fight ended, where I would lean maybe actual size, but it's really too close to call. Another great fight. So 3 fights in on our Brett stream. We've had 2 judges' decision, 1 forfeit. So I guess, 2 good fights, 1 that didn't happen. So far as fights, good ones. All right, I'm loving the action. Part of me wonders if this event is the perfect storm of stress and chaos and all the other things that make for a entertaining and suspenseful day. It may have been October just yesterday, and normally these events could be on the 4th, 5th, even 6th day of the month, but this one is on the 1st. So we have gone from one month to the next, and it's not just any other next event. This is the next event that is the last event to qualify for World Championships next month. So between going from one month to another, Halloween, if you celebrate, if you don't, and this being the last chance to qualify, if you haven't yet, we got plenty of teams here that have qualified. They're just testing out configurations, or some of them selfishly want another golden dumpster. Can't say I blame them. But we're up and running. Calendar shows no mercy. All right, looks like on deck, next up, Power Surge 3 and Bandelero. I actually had a chance to talk with the guys at Power Surge. They didn't make many modifications, but they did slow down the weapon speed from 200 to about 170. There's less battery strain, which I didn't even realize was a thing, but more bite, less battery strain. Power Surge has been going for 4 years, never made it past the top 16. The last time they had a chance to do that was against who? Jelly Baby, and we all know how that one probably played out. So, he believes he's found the sweet spot for Power Surge. We're going to see right now. Let's get to it.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, and a nice hit there by Power Surge. Oh, and then gets one of his own. Bandelero seems to be the more grounded of the 2 bots. All 4 wheels are on the cage floor. But now, Power Surge, they're getting after it. Yes! Flipping them upside down. We've got bot debris, we've got pieces, and we've got big hits. Yes, very nice. Oh, Bandelero was looking like it was hung up there, but Power Surge was so eager to get in there that he got him off the wall. Less than 2 minutes, and we've had plenty of exchanges, and now it's quiet in that cage. Bandelero hung up, calling for their one unstick. And with 1:45 left, I don't know, will they need that one again? That's the second time it's happened in this fight. And there is the third. Oh my goodness. Oh, and they're back. Wow. Bandelero is tempting fate here. I've never seen a bot get hung up 3 times so consecutively and come back down. And now Power Surge is hung up. These two bots cannot stay off that edge of the wall. All right, so here we are at 1 minute left. And it looks like for Power Surge, there's no X next to the name. So did they call for the unstick and then get unstuck? So both bots, if I'm looking at the graphic correctly, do not have an unstick left. We've still got 40 seconds left in this one. Still some big hits being exchanged there. I don't see the weapon spinning up though for Power Surge. And another hit from Bandelero. We're at 15 seconds left. This one looks like it will be the third fight of the day. Third one in a row to go to the judges. As Power Surge's weapon spins up again. Oh, and Bandelero gets hung up one last time. There wasn't enough time left for a knockout, but wow. That fight had a little bit of everything. Those of you with NHRL bingo cards, when you watch these events, there was a couple of things that you could check off in that fight alone. So both bots had to call for unsticks. Both got hung up multiple times, and either one got the other unstuck, probably not even thinking about it, and the other got unstuck purely by chance and luck. But there was a lot of aggression, there was a lot of carnage in there, there's pieces all over the cage, so another judge's decision that, man, I don't know how I would do this one. It was another fight, in my opinion, tale of 2 minutes. Started out Power Surge heavy, you had the unstick from Bandelero, and then the weapon for Power Surge wasn't working there for a brief moment. And that's when Bandelero started coming with the heavy heat. How will the judges score this one? Well, short of the forfeit, 3 great fights to start off our prelims live stream on the Brett Zone here in the House of Havoc. I'm not disappointed. I'm just entertained. Are you not entertained? I'm very entertained right now. So as we press along in our prelims action this early morning on November 1st, I will update you guys as I get the updates for the judges' decisions of these fights that we've had so far. All 3 have gone to judges' decision. Just to let you know, our first fight of the day, Knuckle Sandwich Jet Lag, that was unanimous for Jet Lag. Nice early day win for them. Another peek into the pits. And back to cage 2. Okay, looks like we still got some. I'm not going to say Spirit of Halloween. That could just be how the team dresses for the competition. You kind of forget that there's that element of robot fighting, and NHRL especially, is that it doesn't have to be Halloween for somebody to dress up in costume. I love it. So we've got Clyde and Verticalizer. There's Clyde. Hey, how you doing? Staring contest. Oh, I blinked. Okay. Enough of that. All right, the cage is locked and both bots are in their respective corners.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so we got a fight with a flamethrower, so let's heat things up. Yes. All right. This is what I needed for my start to the morning. As Clyde comes out there, starts throwing that flame, Verticalizer spinning around, and now a pin and some flamage. Flame on. But a solid hit there from Verticalizer, but another pin and more flames. Man, Clyde, that is a well put together bot. Great strategy. I can feel that heat from here, and I'm in the play-by-play and commentary booth. I'm not even cage side. But we've got parts coming off Verticalizer. And this is, right now, 2 minutes left, all Clyde. Wow, there's the flame again. Look at that beautiful shot. Yes. Oh, it is tailgate and grill season. I love this. Oh, man, just look at the floor of the cage right now. Yes. That is amazing. And where there's fire, there is smoke. I hear the count. I see the box bot.
Knockout.
3 judges' decisions, and we now have our first KO of the day. Well done, Clyde. That is not a bot I would want to mess with. Man. So Clyde, a forced air design, has taken some note from Dutch Oven. And I mean, why wouldn't you? Dutch Oven is like, you know, the Peyton Manning, the Tom Brady, the Michael Jordan of flamethrower bots. I mean, they're just that good. And it seems to have worked. Like, wow, that was impressive. That was very impressive. And just look at the cage floor. I'm hoping we can get another angle of where what remained of Verticalizer was melted and pasted across the cage floor. Not scattered across the cage floor. There it is. Yes. Yes. Look at that. That is a great shot, and that's another great shot. Our crew here at NHRL, second to none. They get the shots, man. Camera crew, they work hard. They get it done. And there is an active open flame right now inside the cage on Clyde. Hopefully they can get that put out. The fight's been over. So let's save what we can of Clyde for the next fight, can we? Oh, that's Gru and Megamind. Okay. I was trying to figure it out. Sorry, I got distracted by the costumes. I was trying to figure out where I recognized the blue-headed figure from. And then somehow the scarf on Gru, I was like, oh, I get it. Yeah, Megamind and Gru, or Steve Carell and Will Ferrell. I guess however you want to look at it. The nose for Gru is just so over the top. I love it. They're going to steal the moon. Yes. But I don't know what the fish's name was in Megamind, and I'm wondering if there's a minion running around. It would have been great to have henchmen, since we here at NHRL have actual henchmen. Sam, the henchman, you all know and love, the biggest one. Oh, that poor wedge. All right, they're feeling to see if there's still any heat coming off of it. So as you see, there's our event seeds, not rankings. So that is the 3-pound top seeds. Clyde, the 10th of the top 10. I really feel like they deserve to be a little higher than that after that display. But you'll see Knuckle Sandwich is ranked is seeded number 4. And with their loss to Jetlag, I wonder if that would change at the next event. But yes, we've got the seeding, our graphics during the fight helps show you not only how much time is left, who's fighting, but now if they have their one complimentary unstick available to them. So a lot of things that we've taken into account. We listen to the feedback, we improvise, we overcome, we adapt, and improve here at NHRL. Back to the pits. That's right, Wave. You're on the Brett Zone. The goal for today, and then eventually the KO show at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, is to move from that busy, crowded, but exciting area over to the prime time pits. That means that you are one of the elite for that event. You get your own little personal space, or your teams can hoard like 3 or 4 tables like Team Pandemonium and Honeycrack do. But the primetime pit area is where you're hoping to relocate to for primetime NHRL robot fighting. All right, into cage 2, Sir Slicey and Deep Melt 3. Sir Slicey, another solid robot, great design, great driver. Love getting the chance to watch bots that I've seen in previous events fight again. You don't always, it's never a guarantee that you're going to see, you know, the same bots event after event after event. We do have those competitors that come back month after month after month, but there's some where it's like you see them once and you're like, oh man, I'd love to see that bot again. Now's my chance to see Sir Slicey again. This should be a very exciting fight.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And here we go, Deep Melt, fully autonomous robot. So basically the controller you see is set down right there. The bot was turned on and now it is more or less hands off. Sir Slicey getting in there, getting some contact early and flips him up into the air. That's right, the air up there, some nice contact by Sir Slicey. See what Deep Melt does here. Right now, they're in a spot they don't want to be, pinned in the corner. Sir Slicey needs to be careful they don't get hung up there on the backside. Oh, yes, you love to hear that contact. Sir Slicey, I'm not sure if they're going for a pin right now or if both bots have just sort of stopped. Okay, there we go. Sir Slicey back up and running again, so that was a nice pin there. And now they flipped Deep Melt up. Deep Melt is hung up on the side of the cage there. Looks like they will have to hit the controller after all. And they call for the unstick, but Sir Slicey goes in and unsticks them himself. And right back to work, Sir Slicey. Some great weapon-on-weapon contact here in this now. Started off a little slow, but now, there we go. From one corner to the other. Wow, what a hit there from Sir Slicey. And another one. And now, after all that noise and action, it's very quiet in that cage, and the counting starts.
knockout.
And another knockout for the day. Well, it was a good effort by Deep Melt. I think after, you know, the first 45 seconds, minute into the fight, the thing was finally functioning the way that it was intended to. They called for the unstick, but Sir Slicey went right in there and unstuck them himself, which was an interesting move. But then ultimately it didn't matter. Sir Slicey gets in there and gets enough contact to finally put Deep Melt down for this one. And we'd like to welcome everyone once again to our prelims, our early morning fight slate. We've had 3 go to judge's decision. There was 1 forfeit and now a couple of knockouts. So short of a tap out, we've seen just about everything. And here's how the prelims work. It's the opening round. Everybody is 0-0. If you win, you move on to the cusp, which is round 2. If you lose, then you are in redemption mode. And then a loss on the cusp, you hit the bubble. A win from redemption, you're back to the bubble. And then if you win that second fight, you have advanced. And if you lose that second fight, you are eliminated. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200. We will not see you at the KO show. So right now it's all about trying to get that early 1-0 start. But even if you're 0-1, there's always the next fight. Everybody gets 2 fights, but you're trying to get 2-0. And then you can breathe a little easier. Your blood pressure goes back down. You can go back up to the pits and kind of relax, reassess, rebuild if necessary. But if you find yourself in redemption, the bubble, oof, that can be a little bit more stressful. All right, so now we have Supreme Ruler and Kilico in the box. So Jeff Waters, normally a flamethrower, has added an overhead hammer saw.
5, 4, 3, 2,
And here
1.
we
Fight,
go.
robots, fight.
Oh, nice early hit there, and already we've got bot parts flying across the cage. Supreme Ruler looks to be in control right now. They're going for a pin. Kilico upside down. So they need to try to get right side up. And so Supreme Ruler's saw has broken off. It is now just a hammer bot, but Kilico not in much better position as they're upside down and their weapon is motionless. So we have pieces, we have armor, a weapon, and a belt strewn across the cage floor. So this one, a lot happened in the first minute. We're at 2 minutes left and already it's still anybody's fight. Pushing and shoving now between the two. Supreme Ruler, though, it has the advantage as far as size-wise. And they have now maneuvered Kilico on top of part of the debris in the cage. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That gave me flashbacks of a super heavyweight fight several years ago, Tombstone and Bombshell. A bot got hung up on one of its own parts. It was a chain in the cage, one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen in robot fighting history. It was crazy. And now Supreme Ruler back to pushing and shoving. There's the counting, and there
Knockout.
it is. Our third knockout of the day. Supreme Ruler will get the W, deservedly so. That was some great fighting, some great control out of there. Well, even without the primary weapon and just being a hammer bot there, Supreme Ruler, great driving. Unfortunately for Kilico, it looks like it may be not back to the drawing board, but just back to the pits and figuring some stuff out. So after the first fight, everybody comes back up to the pits, see what they need to do, if anything. There was a few teams and builders I talked to yesterday that are literally doing nothing, including Brian Boxall of Eruption. He said, when I talked to him, I didn't change a thing. I didn't really even unpack anything. I said, let's just run it back. And how about that for a segue? That wasn't even planned. We've got Eruption and Beatem, Joinem in the cage right now. So yeah, Brian, he was like, you know, if it wasn't broke, I didn't fix it. Let's just run it back. Let's do it again. He basically considered the result of the last tournament luck. Just unlucky. I said, hey, I can't disagree with you, man. I've seen a lot of sports, and sometimes that's just the way the chips fall. I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just had a bad matchup. And then, ironically, of course, you look at this first matchup to start the day. We both laughed, and I said, hey, at least you're starting the day that way, right? So, Eruption, Beatem, Joinem, Brian Boxall didn't change a thing from the last event. Said literally, quote unquote, just want to run it back. Let's do this. Wish him the best of luck. And a friendly reminder, folks, as they get the cages loaded and everything's set, that this is the second event where we're having our new midday show, the KO show, which will be kind of the win and move on, lose and go home portion of the tournament. We have now a specially dedicated show for that. KO show, 2 o'clock Eastern. And then from there, that leads into, of course, none other than the prime time event. So Beatem, Joinem, kind of a unique bot. They're
5,
magnetic,
4,
and they can magnetic
3,
join together.
2, 1.
Fight, robots.
Let's see how that works. Let's see how Brian Boxall does with his non-modified bot. A couple of big hits there. Comes out and goes right after it. I like the aggression from Brian Boxall and Eruption right now. Beatem, Joinem from 2 bots down to 1 now, as the pink portion is a little hung up there. And looks like Beatem, Joinem's going to use the yellow half to try to unstick, and they are successful. And a nice hit there from Eruption. Couple of more nice hits. So Eruption not messing around, taking the fight to Beatem, Joinem. Oh, nice hit there. And another. And a piece flies off, and now half of Beatem, Joinem is behind the cage bot. Divide and conquer. Seems like the strategy from Brian Boxall and Eruption. Wow. Oh, perfect hit and placement. Wow. I don't know if there's ever been a man possessed in the prelims of NHRL, but Brian Boxall is that man right now. I'm not going to change a thing. I'm just going to run it back, and luck's going to be on my side. It looks like skill is on his side, man. This is great. So one bot, or one half of Beatem, Joinem is pinned in the smallest of gaps between the cage wall and the cage guard. And now the other half scrambling around missing one of its 3 forks.
Tap out.
And it's a tap out. Wow. That's a beautiful shot right there. Look at that. That's gorgeous.
He toasted him.
Wow. Great job by Brian Boxall. There was maybe a glimmer in his eye last night when I talked to him. That was a man determined or possessed. I don't know. Take your pick. But when you basically say, I didn't unpack anything from the last event, we're just going to go. Whew.
I am really impressed with Brian's driving on that. Also, how springy those forks were. He was able to get under every single TPU fork on those opponents. And the toastering. You gotta love throwing that toast right into the toaster, still stuck there on the edge of the cage. Make him crawl in there and get that thing out, Brian.
Yes, fans, you hear him, you know him. It is Kyle joining me in the broadcast booth. How you doing? How's your morning?
I've been doing well. You've been crushing it in here, solo mode, my friend.
I'm just doing what I can to get people in the mood for all-day robot fighting. It's early. You know, it starts early, 9 a.m.
Yeah. You got to have at least 2 cups of coffee in before the first match. You know, you got to be ready to pay attention. But yeah, I've been out there watching each one of these fights, and the action's starting out great today. Brian Boxall was talking last week about how he's been too competitive. He needs to take a step back and have more fun and be a little bit sillier. And then we just watched that match, and I think he was lying. I think he was making that up, actually.
So when I talked to him last night, that was the first thing I brought up. And I didn't know how public of knowledge it was, but I said, so I hear you're going to dial back the competitiveness and maybe have a little bit more fun with it. And he's like, you know, I don't know what else to do. And I said, well, as somebody who's seen the competitive spirit and who has some competitive spirit myself, I said, I don't think it'll take long before it comes back to you. He's like, I don't think so either.
Yeah, no, it's inevitable. He's going to win one match and be like, I like this. This dopamine is good. Must have more.
Yeah. But he did. It was he eye rolled so hard he almost gave himself a concussion. Who his first opponent was, just given how the last tournament ended for him.
Yeah.
So we both just laughed. I said, well, better to start the day off like that than have it later on.
I will give compliments. Can't Beatem, Joinem is a great name for a robot for A, aesthetic reasons, and B, just cultural reasons.
Yeah.
Like, I like it. It's really funny. I like that is the situation we've gotten to at NHRL now, where we make designs of robots to make commentary on the meta of designs of robots.
Yes. Yes. So to start the day, we had our first fight was the judge's decision. Great fight. And then there was a forfeit, unfortunately. But since then, we've had 2 more judges' decisions, 3 knockouts, and now our first tap out of the day. So again, NHRL fans, if you have your bingo cards for prelims or for the whole day, checking off several boxes.
We've got some really ridiculous action coming into the cage next for you, by the way. It is going to be Mako, Golden Dumpster winner, versus Rough Cut. Mako looking vicious today, just like overhead attack spam. I'm really excited to see this matchup.
So it's always funny when I talk to the different builders and captains and teams, and I say, all right, so what's changed from the last time we saw you? What are you most excited about as far as those changes? And with Mako, he literally just said, it's a multi-bot again. I was like, okay, besides the obvious, like, work with me here. And there wasn't a whole lot other than apparently it's wider than the old version.
Good. Good. Yeah.
Oh, metal forks instead of, from metal forks to TPU forks, as you see there.
You can see there, big, wide TPU forks, which is, I'm sure, to help kind of counterbalance the weight of the saw.
But changes are changes. Like we're talking about fighting robots. What you see on the axe side.
Making it a multi-bot is a pretty big change. That was something that he ran all the time back when multi-bots were like conventional here. But now the multi-bot rules are a little bit different. It's not as much of an advantage. So he probably had to make some pretty significant design concessions to get this multi-bot in here. I'll bet that was a lot of work.
And Julian is the other driver for this event.
Well, Julian's the main driver. We got Julian and Dima.
Oh, that's right.
But I think that Dima is preparing to be in the broadcast desk, so she's not going to be.
That's what it was.
But I bet it looks like their mom is here. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. I just I heard some Papazian lore. I was out there talking to Dima in the green room. Did you know that the Papazians have 2 Thanksgiving dinners every year?
No, but that sounds like a lot of food.
Yeah, they have one the week before actual Thanksgiving because they like Thanksgiving leftovers so much. They want to have the leftovers all the week before actual Thanksgiving, and then they get more leftovers after actual Thanksgiving.
That is a lot of.
I'm just saying they know how to
recycled food.
party, you know? They really know how to party.
4, 3, 2,
All right.
1.
Mako
Fight.
and a rough
Robots
cut.
fight.
So this is where multi-bots come in clutch, especially when you're talking about an overhead attack design. Oh,
Wow.
Just Friendo coming in, making the pin, giving a perfect opportunity for Mako to drop the saw, if you will, drop the hammer. Ooh, looks
They're
like
counting already.
yeah. Well, they're counting the pin.
Oh, there we go.
Looks like we're already having some left side drive issues on Mako. That's not good. Maybe that'll give Rough Cut an opportunity to come thagamize and get in there, get some of those big juicy wheels on either side of Mako or Friendo.
Oh, Mako was smart to keep both bots close, even though it's very limited movement from the green to the neon green part of Mako. If you can keep them close together enough, you can do that to Rough Cut.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, yep. Got it right there on
There
the wheel.
we go. And the weapon fired up now. Oh, that was just precision driving.
Nice shot, too. We got cut into something and that's lipo smoke, ladies and gentlemen. That is a battery that just got punctured. Lithium polymer batteries, when they get punctured and exposed to the air, catch fire. And do you know what puts them out? Nothing. You just got to let them burn. So you can see the power leaving as the magical smoke leaves Rough Cut. Coming in for more. Yeah, that really is the joy of the multi-bot. You're right.
Yep.
You can create those pins anywhere, not just up against a wall, and get that vicious cut.
But you could see Rough Cut was trying to split them apart when the one side of the wheel, or one side of the bot, that one wheel went out for that part of Mako, which was smart by Rough Cut. But then they were able to get corralled and, yeah, get that nice shot, get the smoke.
Trying to go after the belt system there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It looks like that wasn't lipo smoke. That looks like it must have been like a speed controller. Possibly for the weapon because it stopped smoking.
Nicely done there by Mako.
Wow.
So although very limited mobility and 30 seconds left in this fight, which has been full of very different kind of action than what we've seen so far, it's the red half of Mako that is serving up Rough Cut to the neon green yellow portion of Mako to get that nice cut. And there's been 3 decent cuts in there.
I believe that is Friendo, according to the 3D print on top. Yeah, Friendo.
Oh, Friendo.
Friendo. And you know, now for the multi-bots, you don't really get the weight bonus. You do get, and it has to have a functioning weapon that can pass our dummy test. So it's more difficult to get a multi-bot in there, but obviously Mako showing that it's worthwhile when you have a design like Mako. Keep in mind, Mako is not a hammer bot. Mako is an actual saw. It needs the time to actually cut in. But beautifully done. That was great. Oh, we do have some weapon functionality. Did you see that? Look at that.
Yeah. That's good as this one will go to the judge's decision.
So I'll ask you while we're waiting, did you have a nice Halloween?
It was all right. I spent it in my hotel room. Well, and here at the House of Havoc. So.
Did you go trick-or-treating in your hotel room?
No.
That would have been hilarious, though.
Do people trick or treat at hotels?
I have with kids before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you have to be traveling for Halloween, it's a funny thing to do.
Oh, daylight savings time. My alarm went off to check in for my flight tomorrow, and I was like, it's 24 hours before. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, it's 24 hours before my flight. Daylight savings.
Yeah. It's not 24 hours.
No, it's not.
Because we have to arbitrarily change the clocks for no reason.
I still don't get that.
It's for the farmers.
I guess.
We do it for the farmers.
Arizona doesn't play by rules.
I appreciate that about them. It's a state of Mavericks. I appreciate that. Yeah, Mako looking nice. I like the tennis ball aesthetics and quite effective use of that weapon and the multi-bot. You know, making the multi-bot kind of a risky strategy now really does lend itself to these kinds of designs, and I'm glad to see Julian taking the risk and bringing that out there. That was cool.
So talking with him last night was hilarious because he's like, yeah, so I brought back the multi-bot design. And
something I wanted to point out. So the other driver is Jaren from Red Panda. Hence
Jared,
the
that's
red.
what I thought I wrote down. I was like, Julian.
No, it's Jaren.
Jaren.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Jaren
Jaren and Julian.
Yeah, Jaren of the WPI team and Red Panda fame. And you know what? It's a cool bot. And it's red just like the Panda friendo. It's a great idea running the multi-bot config when you have this type of bot. And he gets the pins anywhere, super effective. And he picks ridiculously talented co-drivers to go with him. Normally it's his sibling Dima. She's in there. But this time, you know, if you don't get a Dima, I think Jaren's a great in a pinch hit. That's great.
Yeah, Jaren, very skilled driver. And so talking with Julian, he was like, yeah, so I went back to multi because that's what I used to have when I was winning. And I was like, oh? And he's like, yeah, been kind of a rough go with the solo bot. And if we don't have success this time, it's not going to be pretty. I was like, what are we talking? He's just like, desperate times, man.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. And, you know, sometimes you're too far away from the wall. Having a moving wall that's working for you is really helpful when you have a bot that relies on those pins. Adds to the drama. And you could see other bots that use that kind of strategy, like if you're talking about like Jameson Go, he's put so much effort into traction and pushing ability to really manipulate his opponents and get them up against the walls. So much just math has gone into those forks to make sure he can get over get underneath most opponents and get them into the wall. That's hard to do in the 3-pound division. Everything's a little bit more chaotic. Everything's a little bit more stressful. So having another element of control, really good idea. So we've got basics right there. Donald Sung.
The 7th seed in this tournament going up against Land Shark, or I'm sorry, the Land Shark. Yeah, heavy on the for the Land Shark. Anytime there's a the in front of a bot name, it's the Land Shark. It's interesting to see the seeding for prelims. I always thought it was, I guess there's rankings and everything, but I kind of thought
seeding
prelims
for this
was more,
event.
yeah.
I mean, it's a good way to do it. And it is based on overall rank throughout the season, how you've been doing lately. So Team Pandemonium, Donald Sung, you can see Matt Lantry's there helping him call this fight. Donald is an old school competitor. He used to do this a ton when he was a teenager. He was actually roommates with Jameson Go back in college. And he was out of the game for a long time. showed up here last year with a robot that looked like it came straight out of 1999. Just, you know, big, long body, four-wheel drive, like very
5,
old school kind of
4,
design, and won
3,
a ton of fights with it. That
2,
was Torrent.
1.
Immediately
Fight,
got scooped up by
robots,
Team
fight.
Pandemonium, and he's one of their top designers and drivers now, and just a great competitor.
So Basics taking the fight to the Land Shark. Some early exchanges there.
Who does Land Shark remind you of?
Solid.
Ah, see, I was going to say Mako.
Oh, yeah, that's
Get it? Get it?
Yeah.
Little four-wheel drive. You could hear the weapon grinding away there.
Now they're just
on
missing
Basics.
each other.
Yeah, right into the wall. Got dazed hitting the wall there. Comes back out.
There we go. There we go. Oh, nice hit there by Basics.
Yeah.
Land Shark was pinned up.
Rip that fork off with that hit, too. That's exactly what Basics is going to need to do. If those forks are gone, then Basics has an advantage at every single angle of attack.
Oh, and the Land Shark.
Yeah,
They were
they
able to
should be
get off
able to
the
self-right
wall.
in that position. There's nothing moving on them, though. There's no wheels spinning,
Nope.
no motors actuating. I think they might be out.
They might be beached.
Nice.
Nah, it's too early for terrible puns like that.
No way. It's never too early for a terrible
Tap
pun. That
out.
was perfect. I loved it. Oh, that was great. Welcome to the pun stream. We're here.
Yeah, we're after 10 a.m. We're over an hour into this. We can start with the
Absolutely.
bad puns.
Absolutely. Break out the beers and the bad puns. Let's go.
So Land Shark gets beached, and it's a tap out and a W for Basics. Pretty basic win.
Yeah, Basics looking vicious in that fight, too. What that hit where they ripped that fork off, that was the tell right
Yeah.
there. That was the end. It's just a matter of time. You can see that fork just chilling out there by the wall.
Now, I don't know if it's the case for the Land Shark, but there's so many teams and builders that I'll talk to the night before that it's like their whole success or failure hinges on if one part holds up. Like
Yeah.
armor that shields anything from hitting a belt or a wire or something. And so once a fork is gone, I just kind of wonder if is that it? Is that going to be the turning point for this? The moment that we look back and said, yeah, once that fork came off,
You're done. Gonna have some more overhead attack action coming your way here very shortly. But in the meantime, it's ASMR bot cleaning.
that poor cage.
I know, yeah, this is like early in the day for it to be this wrecked.
Well, and it's the melted bot remains at the top of it.
Oh yeah, well that happens after any Clyde fight. Is Clyde the most powerful flamethrower we have? No. But is it the most effective? Maybe. It might be.
It could be, man. That looked like a crime scene when it was all said and done.
Yeah, it's just consistent, and the flame almost always lasts the entire match, right? It's
Yeah.
like, and they've worked to make it hotter this year to the point where they were melting themselves in the first tournament they did this year. So, plus his costume game today is on point.
Yep.
That was sick.
But I was waiting for the CSI team to roll in and put the little numbers next to the red splotches in the cage and start taking photos.
He made his own
log
chalk
back.
line.
Chalk line of a bot that was.
That's what you get for bringing melty stuff to a firefight. I don't know what to tell you.
Jeez, man. There's so much TPU up in those pits, too.
I know. I know. It's such a great material for everything but
Yeah.
heat. Everything but heat.
Everything but a fight against Clyde. Speaking of the pits, there they are.
All right, this is full today. There's so many people up there. There's a lot of newbies, too. There's a lot of weird new designs for the end of the year. Let's get into some Havoc 101. What do we got?
So Havoc 101 is as follows. 3 weight classes, 3 pound, 12 pound, 30 pound. 3 minutes per fight. Doesn't seem like that long, but it can feel like forever if you're one of the fighters. Goal, destroy your opponent's bot by any means necessary, including the form of melting. The method of melting your bot until there is little left. Fights end by tap out, knockout, or judge's decision. You try not to leave it to them. You want decisive wins early. So each bot can use 1 unstick per fight, the little X up in the graphic ticker at the top of the screen. And then the top 4 bots qualify for the World Championships.
All right, we are going to go over to some overhead attack on overhead attack action. This is Jackalope?
Yes.
What's going on with Jackalope?
They are constantly trying to evolve. Jackalope-ism, is that how they described it to me when I talked to him last night?
I mean, I know Gwen is obsessed with configs. Like,
Yes.
she always has like 80 bajillion different configs she could possibly run at any tournament. I didn't know one of those configs involved an overhead attack bot.
Yes, so they have modular configs. Forked wedge is their favorite, but yes, there is an overhead, a 4-wheel vert. So they're messing around and finding out today.
So over in the other corner, I know we're not talking about it, but yes, there is a giant swan with a saw on it. We've seen this bot before. These forks are new. I like the wings. It's beautiful. This is just a beautiful little piece of art that gets displayed in an arena where it gets destroyed pretty regularly. But I love the wheels on it. I think it's great. It's a cool bot. This is great that this is Sawbot versus Sawbot.
Yeah. This is
How weird. I like Gwen's costume. She looks like she's ready to go to the Ren
4,
Fair.
3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
I would agree.
Fight, robots,
She is
fight.
carrying a sword and is a trained fencer, so that's a little scary, but you know.
A little bit. We'll see how her bot does, though, inside the cage.
There we go. You got to spin that up first.
There's a pin, and there's a shot.
No, it's in
Nice.
there.
And there's already a wheel off of Swan Saw. Wow, that was fast.
Yeah, that was a deep cut into the wing of Swan Saw there. Is the saw still able to function on Jackalope? I'm not sure.
Either way, though, they have the upper hand here. 4 wheels to just 1.
Oh, yeah, that's working. Oh,
okay.
They got diverted by the weird wedgelets on Swan Saw.
Swan Saw still moving around their weapon.
Yeah,
it looked like it spun there for a second, but now not.
Yeah, it's an interesting saw that you see on Swan Saw. It's more of a metal cutting saw with finer little teeth, kind of like a hacksaw in circular form.
Meanwhile, Jackalope's Saw is getting deep in there every time.
Yeah, I would refer to Jackalope
Tap
saw as more
out.
like a demo saw, right? Similar to what you could see on Mako. It's made
Yep.
for multiple material use, whereas that is just for metal. Not just for metal, but primarily for metal.
Well, Gwen makes quick work of Swan Saw. That's a second tap out of the day. So now we're starting to move right along with the action. Judges' decisions, knockouts, tap outs. I'm just happy there's only been the 1 forfeit. I'm hoping that because we got it out so early in the day, maybe that's, you know, the bar for how the rest of the day will go. If you get the 1 out early, you won't see 1 for a long time. And then when I say that, the next fight will probably be forfeit.
I was
because
gonna say
mentioned it.
you've literally just jinxed yourself,
Yeah,
but you know.
I do that from time to time. Yeah, she called it either Jackalope-ism or like Jackalopeology or something along those lines. It was Jackalope and then had your ending there. There's all these bots on the table in front of her. And it's just like, she's like, I got this one, and I got this one, and there's this one. And, oh, there's this one too.
I think that really describes Gwen's personality too. Like Gwen
Yeah.
is really good at a lot of different things. She's just so talented that she's able to really focus those skills in so many different directions that I think it gets a little confusing sometimes. What tournament are you packing for? Are you packing for your fencing tournament? Are you packing for your video game tournament? Your robot fighting tournament? What are you doing?
But as is the case with any team or builder that has multiple configurations, not a multi-bot, but multiple configurations of the same bot, you know, I'll ask them as far as the best matchups for each configuration. But then the ultimate question that I ask them that they really have to think about is if one of those configurations should be destroyed beyond repair, is there a configuration that they have the utmost confidence in to kind of be universal moving through the tournament? And for hers, it was the forked wedge configuration. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. So this is a big-wheeled robot, a.k.a. Colossus.
Ooh.
This is Sam Herman.
Colossus and Manurva.
This is the largest vertical spinner of any beetle weight in the world with 10 1/4 inches.
Wow.
And its wheel diameter to body thickness ratio is a 10-to-1. How weird. And then on the other side, yeah, look at that. And it's got the googly eyes. You got to have them. Look how thin.
Gotta have them.
Thin that body is compared to those wheels. Yeah, that's a cool bot.
There's a lot of big-wheeled bots in this tournament.
It's got an overall record of 4-2, and there's Manurva. It's part of the Gator Robotics team from Melvin Sacchi. You know, the Florida boys are here in full force today.
We got a Bama team here.
Yep, got the Bama team here.
A full-on Roll Tide Bama team.
You got to have those guys. We got the Georgia team here.
Yep.
Ready to rock and roll.
And of course, Alabama's team brings a 30-pound robot to their first ever NHRL event. Love it.
I was explaining to a coworker some of the like school teams that compete.
Yep.
And he was like, "What do you think the best school team in combat robotics is right now?" And I said, "Well, I'd say
5,
probably third best
4,
is
3, 2,
is MIT.
1.
Probably first
Fight,
best is
robots,
WPI.
fight.
Or second best is WPI. But first best right now is the University of Ohio Cincinnati." And they were like, "What?" And I was like, "I know, it's weird, but they're great."
Wow, and just 10 seconds into this fight, not one but two critical pieces of Manurva have come flying off.
Yeah, Manurva is maxed out for offense, not defense,
Wow.
and that is showing right here.
Ooh. Yeah, there was a belt and I think the weapon.
And now a wheel.
And now-
Both wheels. No, there's the weapon.
Oh,
Tap
man. Wow.
That was kind of a late tap out. I would have done that tap out a long time ago.
Your story about which school team is the best was longer than that fight.
I think you're right.
Like, wow. Okay, then.
So Colossus might have had some improvement since last time they saw them. They were ranked 185 coming into this event, but that was a well above 100 ranking performance right there. That was great.
Those big wheel designs, like I said, there's a lot for this event. I feel like they're becoming more and more popular.
Oh, yeah.
And with results like that, it's hard to argue. I mean, typically, two bot designs such as those, a fight normally goes the distance because there's, you know, the height advantage and disadvantage. But that one,
Yeah, it just ripped him apart.
jeez.
Took Manurva down to quite a few pegs.
Yeah.
You can see now they're scraping Manurva over to the door because that's all you can do.
Quite literally all you can do at this point.
It's intense. We got belts and plastic and weapons just all over the place.
Yeah,
in
don't
there.
forget that piece. Oh, yeah, make sure you get that piece
Yeah,
too.
he's picking it all up. He's like, I'm going to need this to put the bot back together. Oh, man.
Is that over there? Could you grab that for me? Yep, okay, thank you. Yep, got that. Jeez.
This is rough. It's rough. Yeah, this is not a bad little start to the tournament today. We've got some really like cool old school robot names in here.
I think as long as there's a variety of action, you know, like I said, there's only been the one forfeit. We've had a few tap outs, knockouts, judges' decisions. I like a good variety, especially if the fights are good. I think there's nothing wrong with the judges' decision.
Yeah.
That first fight was fantastic between Jetlag and Knuckle Sandwich. But, you know, some of these quicker fights, you got to have them in order to keep schedule. Well, I mean, we're at the mercy of the fights, but they are a necessary evil. Same with forfeits, really.
Yeah, especially this early on.
Yes.
All right, so loading into the box right now, we have Puka, old school robot from David Small, full-wheel drum beater bar. David Small is a just classic competitor in combat robotics across the world. Normally, he's over on the West Coast competing out of Phoenix, Arizona. He's been doing this since 2001, when he was like 8 years old. Been on many different teams in BattleBots tournaments and many other tournaments across the world. And we always love it when he brings Puka. Puka always goes pretty deep in our tournaments. Ranked 179 with a 9-6 record overall. They're going up against a new bot from WPI by Alex Knox. This is a True Walker, full-bodied horizontal. Because, you know, your WPI, you're not going to do anything simple. You're going to do some complicated engineering when you come out here.
Why not? Because you can.
WPI has a ton of robots in today's tournament, mostly in the 3-pound division.
I was going to ask you, like, what is your criteria that you're basing which school team is the best team? Is it?
So it's like current like roster of competitors, right?
Okay.
And as of right now, the roster of competitors that have come out of that school are like insane. WPI had like this like 3-year period where they were the best period at the end, but they're building their roster now. They've got a bunch of like younger competitors, newer guys coming up, new designs. Like, look at this thing. Like, this is so bizarre. It's going to be a world beater soon. This is its first tournament. I highly doubt it's going to be a world beater today, but it's a cool bot. I mean, come on. Like, that is a neat design. So, yeah, they'll get there. They've got the resources. They've got the talent. They got the brains. But just like any school, you go through cycles. Cycles of people, cycles of competitors, all that. I'm just really proud of these guys for bringing so much into this 3-pound tournament today.
Robots,
Let's see how it works.
Oh, well, so far not.
So far not.
Not. So far not. Oh, they got some leg movement. There we go. Oh, it tried. It tried. David's kind of being polite and giving them a moment, but now he's doing a celebration dance.
Oh my.
Puka is just exactly what you want to see. A Brazilian-style 4-wheel drum spinner. Very much so inspired by Brazilian teams. And David is such a talented driver. He's always in the most distinct control over that robot. And he's just getting a little driving practice in right now, practicing his gyro flips. Oh, there we go. We got some movement from Silly. A little bit of movement. Oh, there we go. Now he's up against the wall again. I think that's donezo. Yeah, almost half the match still left. They've already called for their unstick. This is the end. That is not a simple design that this WPI team put together. True walking ring spinner robot. Terrifying. Cool, but terrifying. Coming up in Cage 2 pretty soon, we're going to have Project Liftoff and Skyhook. So we'll be talking about melty brain spinners. So we can see Project Liftoff getting itself started there. Project Liftoff is the creation of the Casmers, Jim and Andrew. And it is fully translational melty brain. In other words, it's only got the 2 wheels and a lot of complicated programming that pulses those wheels at different speeds to get it to translate across the arena as it spins. They've made some changes to it for this event to make it a little bit more modular as far as what weapons they can put on it. It's extremely difficult to drive. You have to have the very fast reflexes to just make it work. And then on the other side, we have Skyhook. Jared Byers. It's got a nice sized vertical blade on it. Ooh, good spin up. I like that. So the strategy's going in. Skyhook's going to want to box rush, try to stop Liftoff from spinning up. And Liftoff's going to want to try to avoid them as much as possible so they can get their little bit of leeway, sometimes 2 to 3 seconds to get up to speed. That's a long time in this type of event. The Casmers and Team Liftoff, both Jim and Andrew, have been here for a very long time, bringing different versions of Liftoff. Gotta say hi to the fans. It's a really cool robot. And like I said, just very
5,
difficult to
4,
drive. Hard
3,
to control.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Tight
fight.
and precise movements will do a lot. A little dab will do you when it comes to this control stick. Ooh, she's bouncing. Trying to get up to speed. Wow, that is some, there we go. Now it's stable. You can see those lights kind of lock in. That's when it's stable and able to be translationally driven. Oh, there you go. Skyhook is an overhead attack bot. Look at that. Lots of those today. Wow, they got back up to speed so quickly with Liftoff 3. And you can see the lights are pretty stable, which is really complicated. I think, yeah, that wheel assembly is off on Skyhook. He's asking him, do you want to tap out or do you want me to hit you again? And he says, yeah, I'll tap.
Tap out.
Wow, so much control. Nice work there, Andrew. Good driving. That was really cool. Just to see a lot of control and aggression out of a melty brain like that. Very difficult. But I think Jared made a good choice with that tap out. No reason to take that much more damage this early on in the tournament. Just not worth it. You know, a wheel module and a wheel guard can be replaced. You don't need to wreck any of your more expensive components this early in the day when you still have some more chances to compete. And you can see the safety mechanism for Liftoff is that ring, which keeps them off the ground. If the wheels ain't touching the ground, it really can't do any harm or damage. Got the safety going in on Skyhook as well. Oh, well, explains why he couldn't get the safety in. Not a lot of judges' decisions today. So prior to this event, Project Liftoff has been at 19 NHRL events. It is a Golden Dumpster winner, and it has an overall ranking, or an overall record of 41-30. From just by the numbers, it is the most successful melty brain in combat robotics. And one of the first cage breakers, if you will, in the 3-pound division, causing, you know, cuts and gashes into the inner layer of polycarbonate. It's a lot of mass behind that weapon. The entire body of the bot is spinning. So that thing hits like a ton of bricks. Like I said, Jared made a good choice tapping out. If you're immobile, that thing's just gonna rip you to pieces. Coming up next in Cage 2, we're going to have Silent Spring versus Juxtaposition. Juxtaposition is, I would say, a try-hard robot from Kokoto Mane. Kokoto Mane is known for kind of more experimental offerings, like Serial Killer, a robot made from a box of cereal. Or he's also got another robot called the Power of Friendship, which are overhead drill bots, which is not typically considered a successful design, though Kokoto has had quite a bit of success with it. Juxtaposition is designed to attack the bottom of the armor of its opponent. So it's not an overhead attack bot, it's an underhanded attack bot. It can actually spin that weapon up and down in the chassis, so it can get in the under chassis or the over chassis for the attacks. And I really like this fork configuration, it's super smart. Standing over on the other side of the arena is Jameson Go. He's got a shuffling horizontal here. You know it, you love it. It's a silent spring. He's got an overall record of 81-16 at this tournament with Silent Spring. 44 knockouts in his career. 36 total judges' decisions. And it has only been knocked out 7 times in all of the tournaments that it's competed in here. Yeah, this robot is ranked 15 overall, and it's seeded number 8 at this tournament. You would be hard-pressed to find a robot with more accolades than Silent Spring at NHRL. More golden dumpsters. I'd say the real interesting thing about Silent Spring, right? It has this really cool shuffler mechanism that has now been off-copied by other people because it's so effective. You can't even tell this thing is a shuffler when it's moving around. It looks like it's on wheels. But it's the durability factor. This thing used to throw itself around the arena, just ping-ponging off of all of the walls and still function every time it landed. Now it's a lot more stable, but that durability, that ability to just hit every wall of the arena and keep going, never really left the design. And that's something that you really have to think about. You have to account for it weight-wise. You have to account for that durability engineering-wise. It's really a testament to Jameson Go's attention to detail that this bot has existed in this form. I think it's on the 9th revision, but it essentially it's the same profile of robot. And it's been so successful in this tournament and many other tournaments across the world.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Kokoto doing a good job keeping that dense armor plate facing towards Jameson's weapon. You can see the weapon on Kokoto's robot is not that big, but that's also not the point. The point is to get underneath the opponents with that wedge and then lift the weapon up into their bottom plate, which is typically not as armored as the front plates or even top plate of a lot of robots. Ooh, they are stuck upside down now and missing a wheel. And this is the strategy of Silent Spring, right? I talked about their durability, their ability to just take hits and keep on ticking. Their weapon is a slow killer. It just cuts little chunks, little pieces away from the wheels until the bot just loses structural stability, structural capability, and they have to tap out. Nice matchup there. So with that win, Jameson Go and Silent Spring have punched their ticket to the bracket. Kokoto is now heading over to the bubble round. Not a bad place to be. Definitely would be a lot safer to be where Jameson is right now. Very often at the World Championships, when you're watching Jameson's table, he's sitting there with 4 robots in 4 different kind of bracket situations. Sometimes when he does really well and has to move over to the primetime pits, especially at the World Championships, I think he gets annoyed because he just needs a lot of space for all those robots. He needs a lot of table space. But he's very often able to qualify for World Championships in 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound weight class. And sometimes in the 3-pound weight class, he qualifies twice. He'll typically have a kind of more experimental version of the Silent Spring line that he'll run to test out new things. But Jameson is just so good at this sport, he'll qualify with that experimental bot too. So we've got some sting operation happening, but in this cage, we've got Knuckle Sandwich, and we've got Chaos Upright. Great name. Knuckle Sandwich from Peter Garnache out of Texas. Peter is famous for using a chair in all of his fights, not to beat his opponent with, but to sit in, so he has a good view of the entire arena. He's the owner of Repeat Robotics, a parts provider for combat robotics, and he's based out of Rockwell, Texas. With this bot, he has an overall record of 21-5. He's won an NHRL tournament before. Over on the other side, we have Chaos Upright, which is a shuffler vert from Josh Buttrick. He's one of the many Team WPI robots here today. They have got just a full armada of robots in the 3-pound weight class. And I gotta tell you, I love this design. This thing is cool. WPI engineering prowess is just so good, but they are bringing some weird stuff today. Just experimental, strange stuff. So this thing has been to 6 different events. It's got an overall record of 6-10. 5 of those were knockouts. And Josh says that he likes to build robots for chaos a lot more than competitiveness. He likes chaotic reacting bots as well as chaotic aesthetics on his bots. And this looks like a swan in like a metal universe. So yeah, I see what he means with the chaos aesthetics. Chaos Upright's one of the many robots that is going to be affected by the shuffler rule changes, the pending shuffler rule changes for next season. Look at that exposed weapon motor just hanging out on the side there. That looks juicy. You can see the little tiny shuffler pods there on either side. Knuckle Sandwich is just ready to go. Why is it called Knuckle Sandwich? Well, it looks like a sandwich. Why else would it be called Knuckle Sandwich? He's got a new blade profile, Peter does, that he's testing out with this one today. A little bit sharper, a little bit more grippy with the teeth, so he can get some better throws with it. I do like that blade profile on Chaos Upright. I don't know if it's effective, but man, that looks cool. It looks like something you get from like a sword shop at the Ren Fair. So they're talking to the officials, and the safeties are still in both the bots. Peter's waving, saying hi. I guess that's Jim Haney giving them some instruction. I don't know what over. Team WPI is really trying to do a lot in this 3-pound weight class today. Just so many competitors. Some names you've heard of, a lot of names you haven't. But that team is growing and getting better all the time. So we're trying to figure out what's going on, what the delay is. All right. They're hearing happy music sounds coming out of Chaos. And joining me in the booth right now, Sam Hansen.
Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Sam.
What's going on cage side here?
We don't know. We're trying to figure that out. Looks like we finally got robots turned on. We had happy music ESC startup noises, so that's good.
Did the full tune play? You know, sometimes you only get part of that happy music, and it doesn't. Oh, I guess
no. We got
did
the
get
full tune. There you see the weapon test functionality. The bots are functioning. They're doing what they're supposed to do. So we're gonna get some Chaos Upright eating a sandwich, maybe. Chaos Upright, Team WPI,
5,
one of the just
4, 3,
dozens
2,
and dozens of
1.
3-pounders they have here today.
Fight,
Okay, not quite that
robots,
many, but they have a lot.
fight.
Wow, that shuffler moves fast. Nicely done there. Whoa.
Where did
it go? Okay, yep, there it is. It literally left our screen for a second there.
Both bots still spinning fast.
Peter winning both of those engagements.
And those wings work well on Chaos Upright.
Yeah, perfect self-righting mechanism, right? Peter now just bouncing them around the arena, taking full advantage of every one of these shots. That new bar working really well for him. Tanking these hits from that big beefy weapon blade on Chaos Upright.
Uh-oh. Yo!
That was cool. That was a really cool acrobatic performance from Chaos Upright. You know, we just put in those side rails, Peter. Could you please be a little bit more careful?
I'm not seeing spin on Chaos Upright. I still see a belt, though.
Yeah, the belt's still attached, and so is that weapon motor precariously hanging off the side there, just looking juicy. What? Look, is there sparks coming out of? Yes. What is
like
that?
Wisps. Maybe it's just a little bit wet filament that they printed with, and those are the wisps. But they are doing the thing right now, and had to call for their unstick from Brett.
How are you gonna unstick this?
With a beautiful spin move, perhaps?
Ooh, yeah. Spinning, that's a neat trick.
There we go.
Nicely done.
Oh, Peter was ready. I think that's going to do it.
And Peter
Kyle.
says, go back to the thing, please, sir. Stop with the chaos. Go back to the thing. He's already got the little X by his bot. Okay.
The death throes of that weapon, perhaps?
Yeah, saved by the bell, but they're on the broadside of the weapon now. So, oh no, I spoke too soon. They have the torque.
I'm not seeing the feet move at all.
No.
You'd think they'd be trying to get a jiggle on with them feet. Oh, there we go.
You spoke it into existence. You manifested that.
Yeah, the reverse commenter's curse. They're just trying to bring this to the judges, it seems like, but...
Yeah. They're hoping the chaos pays off for them, but there's been a lot of aggression and a lot of control and a lot of really nasty hits.
Not a lot
Knuckle
of
Sandwich.
right there at the end, though.
Yeah. That's like the boxer that didn't know they were knocked out. They kept getting up. Bro, you are unconscious. Lay down. So we have some mindfulness coming into Cage 2 next that we can get prepared for, right? We have perennial competitor, already qualified for world champions, Keziah Sky and Chainsaw Kitty. But we also have Reduce, Reuse, and Recycle coming into the box.
It's an interesting name for a fighting robot.
It's, you know, it's important to be mindful of your material usage and where you place your material. A lot of people think recycling is fake. It's not. We just don't have the technology to make it useful in a lot of places now. But I'd rather have those materials collated for the future when we do need those materials, you know?
Yeah, but in fighting robots, generally recycled materials are worse than like virgin raw materials.
Typically, yeah, but the Brazilian teams would disagree with you on that. They like a little bit of battle damage on their components.
Okay, that's the reuse.
Yeah. They want stuff that's tested well.
And how would you reduce in a fighting robot?
You would hollow print your TPU components.
Okay. And then I guess recycling is Kyle, what would it be?
It would be taking weapon motors that you typically use in your 250-pound fighting robot and put them into your 30-pound fighting robot into a walking shell spinner nightmare concoction that the Team Bots FC people came up with and bringing it here specifically to just break our gear.
Oh, this is drift you're referring to.
Yeah.
All right, there's Keziah loading Chainsaw Kitty into Cage 2. And who's on the sticks of Reduce, Reuse, and Recycle? Omri Green, a Team WPI robot.
So many Team WPI 3-pounders here today.
I guess that's a way you could recycle as well, or reuse. Just take your teammates' bot parts and put them into your bot.
That's an effective way to do it, especially if you're a an educational team.
We're seeing Chainsaw Kitty is the number 6 seed here today.
Won a golden dumpster this season already. They are qualified for the World Championships. They're just here for fun. Here to increase the record and get some driving time in before the actual World Championships at the end of the year. Chainsaw Kitty is, I'd say, a very well-balanced robot. It drives exceptionally well. That weapon is stupid powerful.
Yeah, everything on it is it just feels fast to me. The weapon spins up fast to the point where the whole robot tilts forward. The drive is so fast. Her box rushes are nearly unparalleled, Kyle, I'd say.
And I would say the lack of armor is a part of the strategy, right? Like, go ahead and try to hit those exposed weapon belts. Try. See how it goes. See what's going to happen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Shoot. That first engagement going Chainsaw Kitty's way. Second one as well. Brutal. I'm seeing a big chunk out of the right side of Reduce, Reuse, Recycle. Oh no. And that has certainly affected that drive. They've called for an unstick. Here comes Brett. Ooh.
Man, those hits are nasty.
I think we might need to recycle, reduce, reuse, recycle after this one.
Yeah, Omri is really losing bot parts just every single one of these engagements. I don't know what's still working on that robot. Oh, no, that's more pieces flying off right there. This is gross, Keziah.
That's cool. Half off on wheels for reduce, reuse, recycle.
Ow! You know, I know it's the day after Halloween, but Keziah, this is disgusting. This is not a horror movie. Stop it.
It's
already
tap out.
dead.
He's allowed to tap out.
I mean, yeah, but it's been knocked out for like 30 seconds now?
Yeah, it's getting counted out. Okay. Perhaps.
Did you see the torque? She's
Spinning down.
Spinning down that weapon, or the bot wheelied spinning down. She is just dialing that thing in. It is so vicious now.
Okay, if reduce, reuse, recycle comes back as Recyclops, I think it might have the power that it needs to take on a robot like Chainsaw Kitty.
I really appreciate that pun. That's great. Look at all the belts and wheels and just I mean, they are scraping this robot off the floor to get this thing out of here.
That carbon fiber top armor is looking splintery.
Yeah, it's jacked. There's nothing safe on that robot now.
You got a wheel in the pink corner. You got armor panels all over the place.
Chill out, Keziah. It's a horror show out there. Just guts everywhere.
Oh, 3.83. So it looks like that's a telemetry for the battery voltage inside of a Chainsaw Kitty, like the average cell count, which means she went down from probably 4.35 down to 3.85. So not even the full battery for that match. Conveniently down to storage charge.
Impressive. Yeah, that was gross.
Got a trophy out of it in the form of broken bot parts. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Doesn't even care about that wheel. That's trash now.
No, you can keep it. I don't need that anymore.
He's not recycling that.
That's never coming back. That belt? No.
That's trash.
Just trash.
That carbon fiber panel? Trash.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right there, not sticking with the theme. Look, both those wheels just chilling there.
Decent sweeping technique over here in cage 2. Thorough. Oh, by hand even. Oh, I'm seeing a Mega Mind Clyde. I am super excited for a Clyde fight.
I just think it's hilarious that he has to be in this obviously uncomfortable costume all day, but he's committed. He's committed to the theme, and I really appreciate that.
Is that a Leatherbacks jersey? What am I seeing on the opponent's side?
Yeah.
All right, back-to-back Maryland fights. Keziah coming out of Havre de Grace, and the Leatherbacks crew, I'm assuming, is coming from College Park.
Don't know where else they come from.
Clyde seeded number 10 in this tournament. And that robot is so cool. It took me through some of the insides. A lot of interesting tech, cool material usage, high temperature, UHMW, PIBA prints, spring steel front armor, air gapped.
Nice.
They've got some sort of goop in their forks, Kyle. Underneath that aluminum foil, it's a goop that turns into a char when heated, and it's like supposed to dissipate the heat better than not having the goop. Anyways, good goop tech.
So how do these googly eyes help? We often talk about googly-eyed armor or googly-eyed power boost. What do you think that is?
I think it makes it easier as a fan to connect with the robot.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. The robots the fans really connect with typically do have googly eyes. In fact, one of the few examples of bots that don't fit that paradigm is Chainsaw Kitty.
That's true.
So if there were cat eyes on Chainsaw Kitty, or chainsaw eyes, I guess.
It's like a branding thing.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, looking forward to the flame igniting on Clyde. And there we are. Ironhide, more like aluminum tape hide. Ooh, love that scorch sound.
Yeah, that's a terrifying flamethrower. Absolutely terrifying.
You can see on the back of Clyde that little black port. That is their air intake for the forced air flamethrower. They have a custom 3D printed out of aluminum fan in there, so it can take the heat as it's increasing the oxygen that fire is able to consume. They are looking to get a pin on Ironhide, and Ironhide is proving rather slippery.
Yeah, this is the right driving strategy, right? Don't stand still. Pass through that flame. Don't stay in it. You got to treat it like the,
There we go.
There it is. That's cooking them. Ah! Now they're a big potato inside of all that aluminum tape. I love it. Ooh.
Okay, they're still moving after that initial 10-second pin of a flame on. But
Look
I
at
don't know.
this,
I think this
the
one's going to end up.
intensity of this
our
fire.
poor camera. Bye-bye, iPhone.
Oh my goodness. The lingering flames left behind on not only the opponent, but Clyde themselves. The fan fully blowing that flame. Such high heat coming out of that thing.
Tap out.
Yeah, I think so.
My gosh.
The iPhone is melted. The corner is melted. The cage is on fire. Never mind Ironhide, which is still burning. That phone is dead. We have 0 feed from that phone now.
It lasted a good bit. With direct
to
flame.
Tim Cook's credit, that phone lasted a good long time in wake of a flamethrower. You know, the last major upgrade to Clyde was increasing the flame power. And they increased it so much that the durability of their own bot suffered, right? They did not fix the bot's durability. Look at this.
Our UHMW kick plates
On fire. Just open flame. I don't know if you've ever tried to catch UHMW on fire before, guy. It's not easy.
It's not at all.
It is a dense material. Literally, it's in the name that it's a dense material. It is hard to set that on fire. You need a lot of heat.
Jim Haney inspecting the cage itself, making sure it's safe to
5,
continue
4,
operating.
Yeah. You don't want to operate with caramelized polycarbonate.
Fight.
It's
Robots fight.
it's not ideal, but it looks like the polycarbonate itself survived.
We are hopping over to cage 4 where I see Spartan 30.
And they're taking on Mochi.
And it looks like that's
And
it.
that's the end of the fight. Never mind. So, Spartan 30 brought to you by Johnny Sumpas, who brought to you the original Spartan in the 3-pound division. This is the 30-pound division of Spartan, hence Spartan 30. It's got shorter forks in the back, but other than that, it's pretty much exactly the same design, he told me. And, ow.
Ow, indeed. It did look like they were having some drive issues on Spartan 30, though. It looked like the right side might have been down. But that weapon worked enough to get that KO.
I've been hearing a lot up in the pits that people are just having ESC issues today. They are really struggling with Vesks.
I think in this instance, Johnny was having issues with the gearbox in his drive. He said something about the sun gear in his planetary gearbox was failing. But people having Vesk issues is the least surprising thing I've ever heard.
It's been a real struggle for a lot of kind of perennial teams up in the pits today. I know a lot of the WPI guys have been really struggling, and I know Brian was struggling with it with Barbie earlier today.
And these are some of our smartest builders.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at the my gosh.
Dog.
All the flame tape in the world did not matter. That bot is straight up overdone.
The carbon fiber's cooked. The TPU is gooped.
You could not serve that in any restaurant in the world. It is just too charcoaled. He bricked it.
Oh, Kyle, that robot smells so bad right now.
He bricked it. Clyde bricked that robot. Wow. Okay, Gabe. Nicely done. This is like, I mean, even with the gloves on, he's doing the touch test.
The top side doesn't look much better at all either. Wow. Yeah, here's where you can turn it off.
Yeah, safety's got to go in, but what still
in.
works in there?
Our poor pink corner.
I know.
So cage 2 might take some time. We got to swap out that iPhone, make sure it's still structurally sound after that. So
Clyde's durability issues have obviously been worked on. Do you think they made that flame more powerful too? Because that was absurd.
It's spitting like Dutch oven.
It really is. It really is. I've often said that Clyde's probably not the most powerful flamethrower, but definitely the most effective flamethrower, right? Like it's that big wide body.
Yeah, that form factor.
It really helps.
It makes a difference.
Yeah, and but that flame was intense. And obviously, they put some work in to fire resistance on that bot on Ironhide. It didn't matter. It didn't matter at all.
I think over time, though, throughout the course of the tournament, the damage that they do to themselves every fight.
It accumulates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know.
We saw it at the end of the last tournament they were in. They were goopy.
I know they don't have enough forks for a full run, so they will have to reuse some of those forks, and they take most of the heat from their
Well,
own
they
flamethrower.
set one of their forks on fire in that matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like open flame on a fork.
We got an iPhone assessment in cage 2 in that pink corner. Cage master aiming.
Yeah, cooked. Cooked iPhone.
It happens.
Cooked.
Oh, we're seeing. Is it a temperature warning? It still works. It just overheated.
Oh, yeah, it's given the temperature warning.
We're good.
Okay.
Maybe a little lens wipe for the soot and.
By the way, it's still giving a temperature warning this long after.
Well, he has to wear gloves. That is the cooling fan, RGB, by the way, and it does not look like it survived.
No. That's intense. That Tim Cook, he made a good product.
We're getting a fan swap. These iPhones are on all the time, and, you know, the fans help keep them happy. Just like us, Kyle, our fans help keep us happy, too.
Aww. That was really good. That was wholesome and corny. I liked it.
Wholesome and corny. What is the portmanteau of that?
So coming up in Cage 2, we're going to have Sir Slicey versus Showtime.
I'm not familiar with Showtime, but I do know Sir Slicey is nasty, and they've
had some good fights
hit
today
really
already.
hard, and they're really aggressive. Got a great driver.
So Showtime's a Ben Howard robot, one of the Team WPI robots.
All right, we're checking out the pits. I am looking up in that far top corner, seeing if I can get any glimpse of Barbie, who looks like they forfeited against Kablooey Tango.
That's a bummer. Vesk issues,
Must
yeah.
be that Vesk issue you mentioned.
Yeah, they were really struggling.
Shout out to Vesk for being a nightmare.
Yeah. How many fights do we not get to see in the world because of Vesk? Good question.
But then again, would we, if it wasn't there, would we see all these other fights that we have seen?
It's true. It's true.
And maybe it's, I don't know. No, we don't want that barrier to entry to be that high.
Nah.
There's got to be a better way. See Tom Farkas walking across.
So Kablooey Tango, just to mention this real quick, I talked to Alex earlier today. Kablooey Tango was lost in the mail for 3 months.
3 months.
It was, he shipped it to a teammate, Bam, who we've seen many times at this tournament before. She was supposed to drive it at the June event, and she was supposed to drive it at California event. And it got lost in the mail. FedEx lost it. And then it just showed up at her house like a few weeks ago.
You know, I was really surprised that they once again shipped it here.
Yeah.
This time via UPS though, so maybe.
Well, you know, you gotta change those carriers every now and again. See who's doing the best work.
Once bitten, twice shy.
But yeah, and with no explanation, by the way, they were just like, "Oh, your package has arrived." 3 months later.
Just in time.
And like, it's not even just that these robots are a lot of money. How much time has that team collectively put into Kablooey Tango just to have it ninja vanish into the ether of FedEx for 3 months?
And the time is more valuable than the money.
Yeah, you never get that back.
You never get that back. You can't get extra time. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's insane.
But it's here now.
Thank goodness. And I'm excited to see it compete. It's a really cool robot. Alex is a phenomenal designer.
And it adopted that jack-o'-lantern motif just perfectly.
Yeah, one of them is Kablooey Tango. He changed the 3D print on top to give it the boo. So he's leaning into the Halloween theme today. I really appreciate that.
All right, we are back in Cage 2, fully operational. That RGB is back on the iPhone cooling fan.
I like that you have to point out the lighting.
And we have Sir Slicey is the one with the red side armor. Showtime He's got the green.
Sir Slicey, look at Vicious. You see that? They shifted themselves to the side with the torque of that weapon. That's nice. As anybody who's lived in New York City knows, when somebody yells, "Do you know what time it is?" on the subway, you know it's time to turn your headphones up because it's going to be annoying.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Showtime getting that first exchange.
This is a new version of Showtime for this event. More armor, slightly larger weapon, and a keen thought into reliability versus what they were doing before. But yeah, Slicey just hits. I mean, that's amazing.
Really bouncing around trying to get that self right off. They're back on their wheels now. And we have a touch of a gyro dance in the middle. Ooh, was that a 3-hit combo?
It sure was.
What a juggle.
Yeah.
That was sick.
That was really nice. Yeah, man, Slicey looking more. Every fight I've seen them in today, I've just been impressed.
They grind. They do more tournaments than just NHRL. They are out there getting a ton of fights in. Every fight is data. You use that data to make your robot better.
Oh, nice
Ooh,
shot
a 2-hit
there.
combo
Yeah.
from Showtime.
Well, this was great back and forth. These are two really evenly matched competitors.
I'm seeing a lot of hitch in the giddy up of Sir Slicey and
Yeah,
not a
is
lot
that
of
weapon
spin.
spinny? I don't see it spinning, no.
Looks like the tire is shredded on the back left side of Sir Slicey.
And we are now at the halfway point of this matchup, and it does look like things are going the Showtime direction.
Decent pin. You can pin for 10 seconds, and then you have to release.
You can see one of those forks is missing on Showtime. I'm not sure if they're just saving the weapon or if they're intentionally not spinning it up or if it's broken.
Are you seeing a belt on Sir Slicey?
Yeah, I saw a belt.
But does it span, does it go into the robot? I don't...
Oh, I see what you mean. I can't tell from that angle. It's black on black, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to see.
Yeah. I think their weapon is done. I think that belt is no longer attached on the can of the motor or on the motor side.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Nice pin there, wow.
Looks like it's a foam tire.
That weapon's spinning, buddy.
Oh.
Wow.
All right, this one is going to go to the judges. That was a good match.
It really was. I think if we were just judging the first, like, 60 seconds of that matchup, it was Sir Slicey's game. But, man, at that halfway point, Showtime really took over. And if he's able to show some weapon viability here, there it is. That's going to bode really well for that judge's decision.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that goes. But that's great. One side of drive is still struggling, but the weapon works while the other side of drive is still going. That is not the case on Slicey. Slicey looks like they lost that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
from the aftermath, they look like they lost that fight.
And so each robot has to do a functionality test that proves to the judges that their drive works and their weapon works. And the judges use that data in their scoring.
Team WPI fielding so many robots today. I know they've got high hopes for Showtime. They've made some really big changes to the design. And yeah, worked out for them for this fight. That's for sure. Look at that weapon on Sir Slicey. Just cavitated and broken.
Man, I want to see that juggle again. That
was
was
sick.
one of the like highest hit count juggles I've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some truly like video game combo moments in this fight. That was neat. Two great robots, really good driving too on display. Very cool.
unloading these bots. They're going to have to wait for that JD, but I don't know. I'm thinking Showtime for sure. But there's red and green parts in the cage, so both bots definitely took damage. But man, that cage is looking rough. Good extension on that sweeping technique, able to get the far side of cage 2. That is where a lot of the dust accumulates, and it's all got to come out. All right, Kyle has stepped out of the booth, but stepping in with me right now, we have Jake Hoffman.
How you doing today, Sam? I'm all right. I just got to watch Spartan 30 fight against MIT's robot, and that went really well.
I missed the beginning of the match.
Yeah, so Johnny came to me with a problem. He
Yeah.
said my drivetrain failed, and I just happened to have a maximizer sitting around,
Oh,
and I said,
interesting.
let's see if we can make this work. So Spartan 30's running with maximizer drivetrain today, and I told him, I said, the last time this drive ran, I won a dumpster, so you know what that means. He's got to go deep today, so I'm excited to see Spartan 30.
But did he break it, Jake? It looked like it was down on one side.
It went down on one side. It unplugged.
Oh.
So not my,
yeah.
not
Okay.
that we can. And listen, this fix for that. It's just tape. So we're take a look at that.
So
take
Jake,
a look at all the systems.
Do
and,
you tape every connection in your robot?
That was my responsibility. So that was my fault that I didn't tape that connection on Spartan 30. So I will take the blame for that. That is 100% my fault.
All right, taking a look in the pits. Still full up this morning. Is it weird not being in there?
You feel a little FOMO. I think is the
Even
a
when you're
little FOMO.
present, you feel that FOMO.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, I could be fighting my robot right now. But no, the pits are so cool. Everybody has something unique about their robot and something that they bring to the table that is excellent in its own way. And I love to come to the pits and see what's new, who's bringing what, and what can you learn from that.
Yeah.
It's such a cool experience.
I like feeding off people's energy.
Totally. There's so
Just
much energy up there in the
devouring
pits. I ran safety, and I got distracted about a million times because I was looking at cool robots.
Speaking of which, we are in cage 2 where we have Caldera in the pink corner and Power On in the blue.
Glenn the Reaper Boxel. Kilico is a Thagomizer style robot.
4.
Oh no, wait,
3,
that's the
2, 1.
Power on.
Fight,
There we go.
robots, fight.
Power On's got a thick horizontal wedge. That's going to be, oh, wow. Glenn was able to land a really good hit there. That is surprising with that wedge on the front of Power On. That's usually a pretty hard counter. Power On sticking on one side. Power On, you can see that gyro. That's because of the rotational. Wow!
Yo, and that's self-right too. Damn. Like a self-roofing. Got a lot quieter though.
Yes, it did. That weapon slowing down on Power On. Glenn smells blood in the water. This is about as good of a win condition as you can get for Glenn Boxel. Power On, upside down, bent wedge. Sheesh. And now it is all down to Glenn to strip him apart piece by piece.
Tap
Grab
out.
the dustpan. Glenn Boxel is in the box.
There is a reason he is the #1 seed in this tournament, and it was just on display there.
Power On configured properly for that fight by running that horizontal wedge, but Glenn was able to pull that out.
Jake, you ever cry from fighting robots?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
It's more building them on the front end.
Building?
Oh yeah, you run into all sorts of problems.
Yeah.
Why doesn't this work?
But isn't that stuff feels normal? I don't know. The crying for me.
Crying at.
No, like building problems. It just seems like par for the course.
Right.
It's the build up, like the emotional build up during that process, and then when things don't go the way. Okay, we are in cage 1 for some 30-pound action. We've got winning ticket in the pink corner, and we have Benguela's Yes in the blue
5,
corner. This is a
4,
Brazilian team. This is
3,
Warrior.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
A warrior, their title robot. Out of Brazil.
Uh-oh.
Weapon looks to be intermittent on winning ticket. This is from Team Jackpot. Big hit in the pink corner there. Warrior having intermittent drive, it looks like.
Yeah, there's something odd about Benguela right now.
Got kind of lucky coming down back there on the wheels. They're going to attempt to self-right again here. Wow, almost
Come on,
got
get it.
over. Yeah, back
Love a
over for
gyro
Warrior.
self-right.
And returning on winning ticket. Winning ticket now stuck upside down. Now they do have that servo lifter, but we are not seeing action out of that lifter currently.
Jake, what's your strat for when your opponent calls for an unstake? Are you the type to just instantly hit them, or do you wait?
So that house spot weighs a lot, and you risk hitting yourself. So if the shot isn't clear, then you know it can be risky to go in for that hit. But most of the time, if you see those blue lights, that means hit your opponent. So it says a lot about a driver when they decide to hit and when they decide to kind of set a pace. But it looks like the Brazilian team is just going to let this go to the count out here.
Probably a good call.
knockout.
An excellent first showing for them.
Yeah, it wasn't looking perfect. I'm sure they've got some stuff to fix.
I wonder what's going on with that weapon. The belt looks all there. They're going to go check it out. Look at that. They're going to drive it over to the corner and see what's going on. They're going to get a little test time in here. What's going on, guys? I know one word in Portuguese.
Oh, yeah?
Parabéns. It means congratulations. And that, I know that because if I fight the Brazilians, I know I'm about to lose. Okay?
And how many times have you done that?
I've lost the Brazilians twice now, so.
And have you beaten them?
I've beaten them only once. I beat Toro, and that was at the most recent competition, but they are ferocious. They fight with a passion, a well-meaning passion, and I appreciate it.
Why? Why do you think that is?
Well, they flew a long way to get here. I mean, they're
I feel like I've heard you say this before. But what is it about Brazil that brings out the competitiveness and the team dynamics that they have?
I think it's a lot of their team is huge. They work very broadly, and they've got a good network of builders there. We have some teams from the college level all the way up to post-college with Warrior here. I'm looking forward to the 12-pounder Bruno, which just won the Brazilian national competition for college down there.
And that's not from the Warrior team. That's from the other Brazilian team that's here? Buldan, I think?
Yeah, Buldan is the name of the robot. But they were in the cage last night, and I would not be shocked if they walked out of a dumpster today with a dumpster today. It's got very Sombra vibes. If you've watched the sport before and you've seen Sombra,
That's a Portuguese word, you know?
and that means shadow in Portuguese. Okay, I guess I know two. That's okay. But Sombra had a primary weakness, which was that the weapon, the shaft was integrated into the weapon, so it wasn't retaining the uprights.
I see.
Okay. And what could happen was a horizontal could split those apart. That happened between Sombra and Hot Leaf Juice. They took that challenge, and now they've connected the uprights with a dead shaft between them. So a dead shaft is a shaft that's stationary, and it can actually provide structure to a robot.
And do you find that most of our builders, are they using dead shafts or live shafts?
It depends on the style of robot. Most, I would say, are using the dead shaft just because you get that structure. There are benefits to a live shaft.
Like what?
So, for example, I run a live shaft on Maximizer. I run that because I can move the belt farther away from the weapon and keep the weapon from deflecting and hitting the belt, which can be a problem, especially when you're running a flexible tail.
The weapon hitting your own belt?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Now, that live shaft has been hard won. I've had my weapon completely extracted twice now, so it's taken a lot of iteration to get to that point. But yeah, most builders are running some sort of dead shaft setup. You can see here is Dragon Fruit, a unique robot. I saw Safety in last night. They've got these big wheels. It reminds me a lot of Adamant Barrage.
It's got Starchild vibes to me.
That too, certainly in the color scheme.
Yeah, when I saw this on the list, I thought it was an Eli robot. And I love the theming. It looks like dragon fruit, you know?
Yeah, it does. It does. And the idea with a big wheel robot is that you can really hit in strange places on your opponent. It's hard to counter.
And what would you say the weakness of a big wheel robot would be?
Mobility.
Mobility.
But definitely getting around the box, moving around the box. And Dragon Fruit has come up with a solution that I quite like, which is to use cleats. I use cleats on my 12-pounder. Check out those guys.
Beautiful.
Big. And they're painted pink to be dragon fruit.
Yeah, like the outside of a dragon fruit. And the inside's got the dots, just like the inside of a dragon fruit.
I don't know if I've ever had a dragon fruit.
I don't think they taste good.
Is that boding success for this robot? Or boding?
I don't. You know,
Imminent
Takati
failure.
might eat it. So I think that Coleman Christie might care how it tastes.
I think he's... Yeah, we're about to see how... What is this? Tech Caddy? Is that what?
Takati?
Takati? T-Cat-E?
Yeah, we're just guessing, but essentially it is a big old droopy.
It is a big droopy.
Yeah, a torque reaction walker. Takati. And what is a torque reaction walker, Jake?
A torque reaction walker relies on the gyroscopic precession of the blade to generate its locomotion, okay? So when you have a spinning blade, it wants to maintain its plane. You know, as it's spinning, an object in motion will want to, you know, stay in motion, so it wants to stay in that plane.
By law.
By some guy, Newton, I think was his name. I don't know.
Oh, he's got those cookies.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. It's something about an apple. I don't really remember. Anyways, you see Takati's got the blades at an angle. This is to create that gyroscopic precession and turn it into locomotion. This is a bad matchup for Dragon Fruit because those wheels are a little vulnerable.
Yeah.
Now, with how big those blades are, it's going to take a second for Takati to get up to speed and get up to locomotion. We're going to see if Dragon Fruit's investment in mobility pays off.
Dude, I don't know. They were slow into the corner.
I believe. But if they can box rush Takati, you know, maybe hit the frame before those weapons get up to full speed.
They're
That would be
starting
pretty cool. That's
with
the winning strategy
weapon
here,
facing
I think.
forward, though. So if they go for a box rush,
Yeah.
they have to swing the front spinner back first before the wheels even start to spin on the ground, right?
Oh, are you saying like a thwack motion?
Yeah, I thought it was like an overhead
Oh.
thwack style big
Oh.
wheel, like Starchild.
I did not consider that. We're going to see how they drive it here. That's an option for them, though.
And it's Jackson Smith on the sticks of dragon fruit, coming all the way from Fargo, North Dakota.
They got 2 of those.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, Takati out to speed. Oh my God! Oh! He's broken in half! Oh! I think Coleman Christie likes the taste of dragon fruit. Oh my goodness! Oh! That is grotesque! Oh!
Oh, damn, I hope you didn't blink at home.
Get the shovel. Oh my gosh. Oh. That was belt to back plate,
God,
okay?
like
Belt
innards.
to back plate.
Entrails just
That is
dangling out of
disgusting.
parts of dragon fruit.
So I think Takati got up to speed.
I don't know. Okay, it seemed like.
I think it did. Wow.
Oh.
That was gore. Oh.
I didn't even really get to assess the caddy. That was so disgustingly fast. They didn't even have to walk.
No, they got up to speed in that corner, and Dragon Fruit gave them all the feed they needed to deliver the hit. Wow, that's a motor can there that is completely disconnected from its base. That's bad.
Where was that the secondary
Listen,
weapon?
I don't
motor?
have to be a mechanical engineer to tell you that that robot is got some damage on it. Wow.
I was looking at Dragon Fruit in the pits. Each half of the robot is independent. It has its own receiver, its own battery, its
That's
own
good.
everything.
That's interesting.
And they're both so
Yeah.
KO'd.
Yeah.
There's Martin Mason putting the weapon locks back on.
Wow. So Takati, Dragon Fruit gets another fight after this. So they need to go back to the pits and
Would you?
reunite, just pack it up.
Yeah.
It's recoverable. There's some things that are,
Yeah, but it's like almost lunchtime. And he's probably hungry.
what do you think he packed for lunch? You think he packed some sort of fruit?
Well, I hope not. His fruit doesn't stay together super well.
Yeah.
Dang, that was cool.
Yeah, I
like it when
liked that
robots
fight.
explode.
Wow. Yep. That's why they let you have 2 people cage side is you get more hands
to
You- pick up
your
the
junk.
the pieces.
Wow. Yeah, welcome to the play-by-play booth, Jake. It's
fun.
It's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, this is all right. I like watching robots fight, man. I like that fight.
Hard to call that one a fight, even.
So, one of the hard parts about running a horizontal is getting that good bite, and especially for Takati that's limited on motion but has big weapons, because they can't move too well, you're not going to get a really good bite with that weapon.
Sorry, it's part of why you've done the Thagomizer design to increase your bite.
To give me bite, exactly. Dragon Fruit
is biteable.
gave Takati a lot of bite and gave those weapons a lot of engagement. And
By doing that box rush, you think?
perhaps the box rush was not. I really hope they didn't hear me out there. I hope they weren't listening.
Yeah, they definitely did.
Because
They
I
took your
definitely
advice.
said,
They're
hey, a
gonna
box
bill
rush
you.
would be a pretty good idea. And let me tell you, if they heard me, I'd feel a level of guilt.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
But
never listen to the commentators. We don't know anything about robots.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's fine. That's
yeah,
fine.
and definitely not fighting advice. All right.
No, absolutely not.
We're going to
Please
head
don't.
over to Cage 2 where we have, a Jeff Waters robot loaded in, I believe. Supreme Ruler and Blindside. So, Supreme Ruler in black with the hammer saw, the cam lifters. I know sometimes he might have a flamethrower in there as well.
He's gone with the saw configuration for this. I think that's a good choice. If you've watched Supreme Ruler in the past, it's only had the cam lifters, but Jeff has brought it back with an overhead saw. I think that is a great complement to the cam lifter. It's hard to counter the cam lifter on its own, but when you combine it with that saw, you get a punishing control bot
5,
mated with a
4,
punishing
3,
weapon, and we're going to
2,
see how that weapon performs.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Slow out of the corner for Jeff Waters. Blindside attempting to box rush here. Those forks are just too long for Blindside to counter. Blindside getting under the corner there. Wow, that was a great hit. Now we've got a fork that is bent on the right side of Supreme Ruler. That is an opening for Blindside. If he can continue to hit that right side, and he's going to punish Supreme Rulers. Oh, and that's a quick tap.
Wow.
A rare fast tap out.
I guess
for Jeff Waters.
if he could have self-righted, he would, and because he couldn't, what else is there to do?
Yeah, it
Get
looks like
destroyed
that
more?
arm did not have the required motion. Blindside, a robot that was kind of would have been countered by Supreme Ruler previously, doing a great job there, taking advantage of that bent fork and just handing it to Supreme Ruler.
It looks almost like Supreme Ruler was running foam wheels.
Yeah, so we choose a variety of tire styles. Urethanes are common. Foam, we call them foamies, are common. The one that gets the most audience attention that is kind of outlandish are cleats. Those are titanium spikes that dig into the floor and really give the robot a lot of traction.
I have a cleat question.
Yeah.
Across the different weight classes, do cleats become more or less effective?
It's more a question of the geometry that you choose. A 3-pounder will have a really fine cleat because it's got less weight behind it. But a larger robot might want to spread that area. You can get away with a wider cleat. So a 3-pounder might have even down to a 50 thou spring steel. Currently, I'm on a 62 thou titanium cleat.
And currently, we are in Cage 1.
We are in Cage 1, and this is a robot that has drawn a lot of attention. This is our first True Walker. This is Drift.
First True Walker in the 30-pound class.
In the 30-pound class.
We had a
Excuse
True
me.
Walker fight earlier today with Silly and obviously Clockwork Princess Chelsea from a tournament earlier this year. But this is the one that's got people riled up.
Yes. So the mechanism that they have is servo controlled. So what is a True Walker? and this is my first time seeing it move. So wow, that is quite the little hop that it's got.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I might say adorable.
It's so cute now.
And let me just take a moment. So this is a welded titanium shell. Welding titanium takes very fine craftsmanship. And when I saw this last night, I couldn't believe it was real. I mean, it was gorgeous, these titanium beads. Titanium, when you weld it, has to be in a oxygen-free environment, so you basically have to weld it inside of an argon bubble.
How do you do that?
It is a bubble of plastic, and you fill it with argon.
Oh,
it is
my
a
goodness.
bubble of yes. So the fact that this team has gone out, Bots FC has gone out and gotten this shell is phenomenal. It is gorgeous. I cannot wait to see it.
And they had this shell made by some of the best shell makers in the business.
I believe they got it made by Team Waiachi, which knows a thing or two about shells.
They've been making shells for these
making
robots
5,
for years.
4, 3.
And in the other corner is Jubilu.
Fight.
Jubilu from
Robots
Brazil.
fight.
Wow, that was a quick spin up. Ooh. Oh my gosh, the self-rider is off. Oh my gosh! That is the largest fire I've ever seen.
We need that house
Oh
bot
my
to
gosh.
sneeze on that battery fire that is right by our door.
That is one of the
right now.
largest fires I've ever seen come out of that rope. Oh my goodness. What was that?
Jesus. That's it. Is that a battery? It looks like
That
the
looks like
layers of a battery.
I've never seen a lipo
And they're
turn to char that
Knockout.
fast. Wow. That was the largest and most explosive, and now it's just a roaring inferno. If Drift doesn't have spares, I am afraid for the rest of its run today.
Well, you got a glimpse of the
Goodness
feet mechanism.
gracious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so there's the feet mechanism that I was about to talk about during the duration of this
Something
fight.
else just kicked up. This is another battery. They have about 7 or 8 pounds of battery in this robot.
They're about to have none, by the way. No pounds battery, 0 pound.
Yeah, it's all going to turn into smoke that we are porting out of the building and into the atmosphere.
Yeah, safely into the environment. Yeah, those I think are batteries in the back, but I've never seen a battery get that charged before. So
I've never
usually they just smoke out. I've never seen them do that.
There you go, Flo. Just in time.
Let's go, Flo. Quick on that response time. Perfect timing. Wow. If Flo was a firefighter on my neighborhood, I'd rest easy.
She got the job done, though. It doesn't look like there's any flames licking up any longer.
So we got a good view of the shuffler mechanism down there. It was servo controlled.
True walking mechanism.
True walking mechanism. I'm sorry. I said my bad. It is a true walking mechanism. So we have 2 tiers of weight bonuses here at NHRL. The first tier is a shuffler bonus, and that is it requires a rotary motion of a cam to move feet and kind of shuffle them along the floor. You get a 50% weight bonus for that. But this is a true walker, and what a true walker has is 2 degrees of freedom and does not require constant rotational motion to work. So what the Bots SC team came up with is a servo that kind of goes back and forth. So it satisfies that first requirement of not having a constant rotation.
Yeah.
And the 2 degrees of freedom comes from the foot can move forward, but it can also rotate up and down. So it's a linear move and a rotational move.
And I believe there's like a compliant element to the feet as well.
Yeah. And the controversy comes from both degrees of freedom are in the same plane. But the rules state that there's 2 degrees of freedom. So,
Right.
so there's a rotational degree of freedom, and then with that compliance, a linear degree of freedom. But this is no degrees of freedom. This is degrees of fire, DOF, which
wanna
is
see this
a totally
again.
different energy or engineering requirement. Degrees of fire, hot.
All right. Let's go ahead and check out this replay. Let's see this momentous fight once more.
That was okay. So Jubilu a little pensive.
Did they even touch them?
Up in the air, Jubilu barely dodging underneath, and then getting on top, and
no,
then
it just ejected a.
Oh my gosh!
Is that a battery up at the far side of the screen? It ejected.
You can
some
see
stuff.
the Brazilians were pretty excited by that reaction. Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Battery's already igniting before it's ejected out of the robot. And it's just
wow.
such-
That is the largest fire I have ever seen because of a battery.
I haven't seen a lipo go from being on fire to just char and ash that quickly. Normally they take a while to burn out.
Explosive.
Oh, and that heavy smoke. I love a lipo smoke.
So after watching that replay, and I'm putting on my tinfoil hat.
All right,
I'm speculating on what would happen. So again, we don't know anything about robots. So you can see our staff safely removing drift.
Wow.
What I think happened is it got upside down, and then once it was upside down, the inside of the shell lost.
I know that's hot.
Control.
Yeah, the shell itself is balanced. The core of the robot is not perfectly balanced.
Correct. So it's going to want to spin about an axis that is might not. An object wants to spin about its center of mass. If that center of mass isn't aligned with your center of rotation, you're going to have vibration. Okay, within a tolerance, and it looks like the inside of that shell just began to vibrate to the point that some things fell apart. Wow, 230 fights in a row that have been just probably the most destructive 30-pound fights I've ever seen. Wow. Wow. I don't think I'm going to build a 30 anytime soon.
Yeah, when I built the 30, I went hard on armor and learned that there's not enough armor that you can run to tank a hit from everyone, every type of robot, any which way. They hit so hard. The density of power in these 30s is incredible. The physics behind them is just awe-inspiring, as we saw.
There was a lot. So drift weighs
Solid
60 pounds.
Yep.
So with that vibration, you had, oh my gosh, there is something wedged in our cage. It is.
Is that a battery?
Wow. Okay. You can see cage manager Eamon checking that out. Checking the panel for its structural integrity.
Oh, interesting.
He's about to take a picture.
Is that a crack?
He's about to take a picture.
Eamon, put that on Slack.
we Eamon, if you wouldn't mind texting that to me, my number is 867-5309.
That's not true. I have your number different. Hold on, let me read it out.
No thanks.
Wow. Jubileu's still in the cage.
You know, and if you're the Brazilians right now, thinking, I dodged a bullet there.
I think both of these robots, the teams behind them were a little scared. A little scared to fight each other.
For sure.
As beautiful as that titanium shell is on drift, it still can get hit by a horizontal spinner and pierced.
Yep. Jubilee, one of the most interesting 30-pound Brazilian bots. I actually modeled some parts of my robot off of it. It runs a 90-degree gearbox for the weapon. So something that's difficult when you're building a horizontal is getting it nice and flat. You want it to be flat, to have you know, as much mass in plane with the weapon as possible. That's going to give you more strength, more stable when you drive it. But the physics of Outrunner motors, they really prefer that copper to be long, not wide. And when they get wide, they also get extremely expensive. The large drone motors can be very inaccessible with how expensive they are. So you come up with a clever solution, is what they have here in Jubilee, which is a 90-degree gearbox. You take a long motor and you convert that motion to a flat in-plane motion. Save yourself a lot of money. Save yourself a lot of space.
Now, are you
Better robot.
a bevel gear guy or a worm gear guy?
A bevel gear. A worm gear can't reverse. A worm gear has issues with too high of a reduction.
Wait, reverse? Is that an important feature in a horizontal?
Yeah, you want it to be able to go both ways so that when the weapon hits something, it doesn't force the energy back into the shaft. It can shear the shaft. You want that that when that weapon makes impact to kind of clutch out against the inside of the system. It's also harder to work on. I've had my bevel gears get hit before, and so all I have to do is with a file, I just clean up that tooth profile, and then she'll work again. It's not the best thing ever, but if time's tight and you got to make it work, you can make it work. Worm gear's a little bit more specific of a profile. Okay, loading in here. We've got Eruption and Pretty Fly.
I love Pretty Fly. It is, I believe, the only active flywheel flipper in the 3-pound class.
Really? And how does that work?
So they store kinetic energy in a flywheel, which is essentially just like a heavy disc internal to the robot.
They're showing it off for us right now.
Yeah, and you can see there's O-rings and there's UHMW cord and multiple motors, and they're running a bevel gear in this robot.
Really?
Yep. And you'll also notice the thinnest UHMW armor frame package all around.
Okay, so they ran out of weight.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Doing weird stuff like this.
Yeah, of course.
You have to make sacrifices somewhere, and it's usually
5, 4,
armor.
3.
Going up
2,
against a
1.
competitive
Fight,
titan
robots,
in
fight.
Brian Boxall. With his weapon turned
What a
off.
sweetheart. One flip for Pretty Fly, at least. Just wants to see
Thank you,
it.
Brian. Get it again. Oh. All right, and now Brian is totally locked in. He got their one free hit, and now it is out for blood for Brian Boxall. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, poor Tim.
Oh, Tim.
This is heavier armored config, too.
Yeah. Tim doesn't know the tap out, but he's going to let Brian knock him out here. Ooh. Tim's here for violence.
What is he doing?
Either self-imposed or on others. Eruption getting stuck briefly on that floor scene.
Oh, that must be Pretty Fly's strategy.
Yes, is to get Eruption.
Oh, he's calling
stuck.
for an unstick? Oh, okay.
Oh, that's the tap out button. Oh my gosh. Oh, a little late hit there.
Yeah.
Oops. Tim and Brian, excellent competitors in their own right, both of them. Brian from WPI.
Yeah, they talked before this match.
I think there were some agreed upon terms. One flip, and then I total your robot. Though that does not sound like a fair trade. I would never. That's not a fair trade.
Well, I don't think Tim was like, okay, now you destroy me. I think it was like, okay, now we actually fight.
And that was the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird, unique mechanisms that are complicated and take up the majority of your weight. I mean, I'm so glad that people do it, but it's not like a winning strat.
No, but it's cool to see, and it might turn into one later. That's what is so great, and everyone brings something unique to the table. We're coming over here for some 12-pound action. This is Inertial.
This is my
And this
former
is Glow Up.
coworker, Rob Sarakin on Glow Up.
So Rob Sarakin texted me about 2 weeks ago. He's like, I need some pinions made. And he's like, can you get these made for me? And I'm like, no big deal. Overnight them. He's like, came to me the early part of the competition. He's like, they work great. So I'm very nervous, but I'm
5,
nervous
4,
to see
3.
Yeah, if it's the pinions
2.
that
if
fail.
the, yeah, I want to make sure those
Fight,
pinions don't fail.
robots, fight.
Inertial, a massive spinner.
I'm assuming there's a shuffler under there.
It's hard to get something that big without a bonus.
Glow Up a front hinge flipper.
Yeah. A little lift from
enough.
Glow Up. Glow Up's so technically well built. You know, that nice wedge, nice frame. Rob's technicals on his builds are phenomenal. And look at that backplate.
Yeah, glowing booty.
How could you not
works.
love that backplate? Inertial's had some tough showings in the past. It's looking pretty good today. It's a totally different form factor, so it's cool to see the builder. What was her?
It looks like we have a match pause to do an unstick of these two by hand.
Lily. It's good to see Lily come with a robot that's a specific shape and form, and then go back and make it much better. It's so when she brought it initially, it was kind of a tall shape. It was kind of unstable. Now she's gone lower. You know, I was talking about those horizontals and their stability. So it's sitting much more stable now. Glow Up was unable to flip it in that first exchange, which is really kind of the win condition here. Inertial staying nice and planted.
What material is that shell made from, you think?
I don't know. I think it might be printed, but the business end is this AR500 spinner.
Those don't sound like happy noises coming out of Inertial.
No, those do not sound like unhappy. Those don't sound like happy noises. Excuse me. That shell having a little difficulty starting. Oh, no.
It looks like maybe some pinion issues on the right side of Glow Up.
Please don't say that. Please don't say it. That does look like a pinion issue.
And
you can see a right side
Inertial
drive
used their
having
unstick.
difficulties.
I don't think it's going to matter.
Now, I don't think it was on the drive. I think it was on the arm. I'm hoping. I'll touch base with Rob after this, but I think I'm kind of eating my words here.
So how do pinion issues usually manifest?
Yeah. So the way that these robots work is you've got an electric motor that goes to a gearbox. The electric motor provides a lot of speed, but is low on torque. So you put that reduction through you put that through a reduction, and then you get some of that torque back. You know, energy comes in, you know, kind of the form of torque or speed, and you can kind of trade those off. What a pinion slip issue is when the gear that goes from the motor to the gearbox slips and spins on that smooth shaft. That comes from a poor press fit. So there's a lot of engineering documentation on like how to make a proper press fit. You can go all the way up.
Tolerances really matter.
Tolerances really matter for a good tight press fit.
Oh.
And this is Mako versus Zenith.
Right into cage 2.
Yeah, all good. Mako is coming down hard on Zenith right now. Zenith has configured, wow, that is a lot of repeat hits for Mako. It is completely stuck in the spinner on Zenith. That fork is entangled. We're going to go in here and disentangle these robots. Zenith has made a tactical choice here by going with the blade up.
Running inverted.
Now, that is a choice because Mako has brought a second robot today, Friendo. I love Friendo.
Yeah.
I fell in love with Friendo immediately, okay? Friendo being driven by Jaren Liebenson, one of the best minibot drivers out of WPI. You want to counter Friendo, you got to have your blade on the ground, okay?
So that it can engage with the wedge before you get scooped up.
Exactly. You want to take out that wedge, take out those wheels, and same with the forks on Mako. Consequently, to counter Mako, you want your blade in the air, okay? So this forced Liam to make a decision. Liam is a tactical master. He really knows how to pick his configurations wisely. He thinks very deeply about how he's going to set his robots up for fights. And Julian exploiting multi-bot here perfectly with two robots that perfectly overlap each other in terms of their capability.
Our refs were able to separate these bots, and we're looking to resume the match.
Now on top of Zenith, Zenith has this blade in the front, but the back isn't completely undefended. He has a spring seal. Ooh, Mako bringing that saw down hard on the back of Zenith.
It just saw a hit from the blade on Zenith, though.
Almost slipping that wheel.
Is that a?
This is
that
pin
a
from
chunk?
Zenith.
No, that's just a paint.
The paint, yeah, that is paint. Yeah, I thought there was a big chunk missing too, Sam. Zenith back up to speed here. Those forks on Zenith putting in work, picking up Mako, and turning it into a little bit of a dog. We got a dog pile fight for low ground situation. And this is a double pin from Zenith. The forks are working out great. It is atypical to see forks on horizontals like this, but it is working out in spades here for Zenith.
I've seen it across a couple bots now.
That saw on Mako is bent, and it is hitting the arm. Julian looks unable to spin it up. There's a little piece of metal, Sam, on that saw that is preventing it from really spinning up properly.
We're just over halfway through this match. Let's see how that changes the dynamic.
Yeah.
Are they going to lean into pins now?
Yeah, look at that. If Zenith can keep its weapon running, it is up on the points in terms of damage. It just needs to win some control. Friendo picking up Zenith, keeping those wheels off the ground. What a fantastic hold. What a fantastic hold. Another pin again. Ooh, Friendo slowing down. Friendo slowing down a little bit and re-entangled. Re-entangled.
The same
Mako's
exact way.
fork the same way in the
Okay, I think the
arm
second time they would need to go
of
into the
Zenith.
box, it would just be a match end and go to the judges. But that one
It
looks
looks
like they
just
could squeeze
about
out.
it. Look at that damage on the saw on Mako. Just barely. You see that fold over?
Oh,
just
yeah.
a bare, unlucky fold over.
All right, Brett.
Okay, they got themselves apart.
All right, got to resume the match.
Friendo slowed down there for a bit. I'm concerned that Friendo might be... Oh, no, Friendo working perfectly fine. Getting under Zenith here. Zenith's weapon slow to start, but starting. The danger in those entanglement situations is burning out your own weapon motor. That's the real risk, is that you can accidentally burn up your own weapon motor. And we've got a double pin situation again here. These dog piles. It's hard to say who the judges will favor in those. Ooh, that arm is sad on Mako. Oh,
golly.
Look at that. It took a kind of
Got an extra hinge in there.
kind of a limp motion there. That is unfortunate. That is a rare amount of damage for Mako to take. Friendo in perfect condition. And that really speaks to how Liam set up Zenith to counter the blade on Mako instead of countering Friendo. Sad little flop there.
I think that makes sense. So Mako's the one that could get to his batteries, could really KO him.
Correct. Oh,
And
and
it still
wow,
spins?
that saw spinning up there at
What?
the end of the fight. Wow.
Functionality test shenanigans.
Wow. I'm surprised that they did not use that weapon earlier. I thought for sure it would be down, but it looks like I was incorrect in my assessment. Tactical masters on both sides of the box. I've been looking forward to this fight since I heard about it last night. A great showing from both of them in terms of how they set up to fight this match.
Well, this one is off to the judges. It's going to be tough. It didn't seem like there was much damage on Zenith. Mako probably took the most damage of both of these robots. Clearly. The limp arm, intermittent blade. Taking a look at the new set, Cage 1. Cage 2 is currently being swept out as we are about to load up Comet and Poliwhip. Comet coming out of WPI. It's a Connor Howard bot. He bought a drill that matched the color scheme of his robot, and I think that's pretty cool. It is currently ranked number 8 in all of NHRL in the 3-pound class. Versus Poliwhip ranked 273rd.
And a mechanic. He's from Toms River, New Jersey. DJ is a drone pilot. We're going to see if that translates over to driving a combat robot. Connor Howard, one of the most experienced members of WPI. Comet's the 5 seed coming into the 3-pound class today. He's definitely a robot to watch. The WPI style 3-pounder is super aggressive, 4-wheel drive verts. Bots like Eruption, Red Panda, they tend to dominate in terms of their aggressive style, the damage that they can output, and how put together they are when they come through. The WPI team is ready when they show up at the pits. Always great to interact with them. Good guys. Comet's getting ready for finals. He qualified earlier this year, coming in second to Silent Spring. So, you know, it's his last opportunity to test different motors, different subsystems, different fork configurations.
He couldn't just test that stuff at home?
No, it's hard to test at home because, you know, a ship has to leave port. You know, there's no risk in the harbor, so to speak.
All right.
Not to get all nautical, but you come out here.
Could you get
get
more
damaged.
nautical? You can say no, Jake.
Arr. Anyways.
All right, the suspense is killing me in Cage 2. Both bots are loaded up, and in their corners, the house bot is smiling, ready for a fight, and so are we.
Avast. All right.
All right. Maybe. Which side of Comet do you think is weaker, the port or the starboard?
I wish it had green and red lights. That was an advanced move that Connor just did for those of you watching at home.
Explain
he just
it.
drove out and tested that floor seam. So you can see that one side of the seam is more worn out than the other. That means it's going to be easier to go from the right side of the box to the left. That's going to be like the down slope, right? So if he goes from his side of the box, so now he's lined up to go, he wants to get to the right side of the box as quick as possible so that he does not nail that floor seam. That was an advanced move,
Yeah,
and that speaks to the experience of both Connor and the WPI team. They come ready. They come with great robots that are a blast to watch, and they're a great team to interact with. I love interacting with their members. Tons of fun people.
In the 3-pound cage, there's just the one seam, but in the big box, many seams.
Correct. So this floor is 2 panels of 4x8, so it's an 8-foot by 8-foot box. And there's one seam right down the middle, and this one has been abused, and Connor sees that. We're gonna see how he plays that,
4,
being on the pink side
3,
here.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Poliwhip getting over to him quicker, making it over to Poliwhip and absolutely roofing it.
Already some damage
Poliwhip in a
on the front right
very
side.
bad position. Another roofing.
Ooh, something came out.
Poliwhip briefly running an exchange, but Comet so planted to the ground. Connor not even waiting for the unstick. Poliwhip is
Got a crooked beater.
beat.
Yeah.
I suspect that robot is dead.
Tap out.
Impressive showing from Comet. Impressive showing from WPI. That upright's ripped out on that or that left side.
Oh, yeah.
Their right side, our left.
I wonder if the piece we saw fly off was some sort of...
Could have been anything.
Yeah,
Could have been
thrust
anything.
bearing or something.
Yeah.
Having to get pushed back to the door.
For Poliwhip.
You ever have to be pushed back to the door?
I have been pushed back to the door. It is excruciating. You're just watching the corpse of your robot drug along the ground, just
Hoping that your drivetrain isn't affected by the pushing process after already losing.
At that point, the drivetrain is already shot. Already shot.
All right, I'm seeing a touch of grandeur in Cage 1 over here.
This is a matchup that I'm excited for. So, since Full Court 1 in December of 2023, we've seen a myriad of these ultra-wide control bots, is what I call them.
Lovingly
ultra-wide.
known as what?
What? Ultra-wide.
Okay.
That's what I've been
ultra-wide?
calling them
Okay.
in my head canon is ultra-wide control bot. And that is a control bot where it is the weight is spread out off of it's long. And I think that they've seen success in the 12-pound class because the 12-pound class has the highest cage-to-weight ratio. It fights in the same size cage as the 30-pound class, but it is lighter. So the 12-pound robots look smaller. That means that robots with a very large danger zone tend to do well. The danger zone is anything that might control or damage the other opponent. Grandeur is in the same thought process by having these tall wheels and this wide chassis here to make their danger zone as large as possible, not restrict that weapon interaction.
And do you see how that's a lot of TPU has a configuration to counter
5,
this big wheel
4,
bot?
Yes,
3,
those are We call that a bike rack,
Fight,
and
robots,
because it kind of looks like a bike rack, and that is a known counter for robots like Grandeur, these big-wheeled robots. The win condition for Grandeur here is to damage, out-damage. That's a lot of TPU.
Yeah, they just need to straddle as much as possible, get their blade over top of the juicy bits of that's a lot of TPU.
Grandeur's going to be hard for that's a lot of TPU to win, to pin, excuse me, which is their win condition. But we're going to see if that configuration does them properly. This is something that I was concerned about. Grandeur is up on its side. You can see the edge of those wheels, and they're back over. They're back over.
Yeah, I saw Jillian practicing that maneuver in the test box last night.
They've put some metal plates on that they can roll off of. That is a brilliant change. You know, that speaks to Lyndon and Jillian's experience level, being able to see that problem and adapt to it quickly. Popping, that's a lot of TPU up in the air there. That's a lot of TPU just unable to really capitalize with their pin move. Ripping into the back of it.
Ooh.
The drivetrain seems to be operational
so
on the
slow
back,
on that
but
one
it
side,
is
though.
not happy.
Is that their front right wheel is much slower than the rear right wheel.
And that is the bike rack completely removed.
That'll do it.
A great showing from Grandeur. Reliability has been that robot's weak point, and they just made it a fine fight against that. There's a lot of TPU. They were able to overcome that issue that they saw in the test box last night, and that shows Lyndon and Jillian's experience level, being able to adapt on the fly, and a great fight for them.
These TPU bots are hard to kill too, so
They are.
props to
They are.
them.
Rarely do they get knocked out. Rarely do they tap out because they're so durable. Kind of min-max for durability.
All right, we're at cage 2 where we have the wall part 2 and Strawberry. Strawberry is unique in that it seems like it's lacking a lot of armor, like completely exposed weapon motors and pulleys and belts. Wild style.
Wow, that is a unique looking robot. Look at that. I've never seen anything like that. Kind of serving the weapon up there. You got forks on the front.
Okay,
That
okay.
is-
Now it's got those tiny wheels up front too, the tiny forks.
That is a unique form on that robot with those big wheels in the back. I've never seen anything like
Can
that.
any horizontal be a Thagamizer if they
If you
spin
spin hard
right?
enough, if you spin hard enough, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
The wall part 2 just so imposing with that huge front wedge.
That wedge is going to be hard for the Strawberry to counter, but it does have those itty-bitty forks on front.
I don't know if they can reach beyond the blade though.
I'm concerned that they're, they're ineffective so far against the wall's wall. The wall coming down hard with that, and no motion out of Strawberry.
Tap
One
out.
tap out the wall. A shuffler that
That
is
is one of the smoothest shufflers around.
so impressive, so impressive.
All right, Jake.
Thank you, Sam. This was a blast.
It was. Thank you. Looking forward to doing it again.
Thanks.
Quick KO. One strike from that hammer saw is all it took for the wall. Brett's doing his best to get Strawberry out of that corner there and over to the door. which means that tap out was justified. They have no functionality in their drive, and I'm assuming their weapon either, which means some sort of electrical system failure, a battery, a receiver, something like that, if it's going to affect the entire bot. The wall part 2, though, unscathed, moving on, looking good, so smooth, hard hitting, just the most impenetrable seeming wedge up front. All right, we got them loaded out of the cage. They will head back to the pits. Some of them to do some serious repairs. Others, you know, just top off the batteries. But joining me now,
Dima Papazian.
Hello, Dima.
Hello, Sam. Can I call you Samuel?
You may. It
Are we-
is my government name.
I do things in reverse. Are we good? Are we good enough friends that I can call you by
The name I'm called when I'm in trouble? Sure.
a polysyllabic name?
Yeah, Sammy.
Samueli.
All right. Have you been watching these matches?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, did you talk to your bro after that Mako fight?
Not the second Mako fight. I talked to him after the first Mako fight. I was, back here in production, so I didn't get to go back up to the pits to talk to him. But man, oh man, I wish I was up there driving Friendo.
I was just gonna ask. You got a touch of FOMO? Like you're missing out?
Of course I'm missing out. Like I love being here in production. That's why I'm here in production. But man, oh man, that's somebody else driving my robot.
Yeah.
I didn't even touch it making it because I knew I wasn't driving it, etc. But like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turbo Fiend is my son. Friendo is my nephew.
And it's all family.
It's all family. It's all love. There were some name options for that robot too. I'm a little upset we didn't go with Fako.
Okay. Oh, that's for the future.
But
You got it in the bag.
Yeah, we got it. We have a big list of names that are sort of ready to go for any bot project that we work on.
More names than robots.
Yes, but right now loading in the cage we have Usagi.
And Floodgate. Usagi, the hammer saw robot with the carrots up front right now. Looks like some blade covers.
For those that don't know, Usagi being the word for rabbit in Japanese. There's plenty of lovely rabbit theming on this robot. And in her other robots, the builder Alex.
Another hammer saw.
My, we've seen a meta shift, haven't we?
Yeah. Ooh, beautiful handspring. Oh, that was cool.
Usagi is very mobile. Usagi has spring-tipped forks, I know that. Four-wheel belt drive, so a little different than some of the hammer saws we've seen in the field today. We've seen plenty of two-wheel drive.
Yeah. And what advantage does going to four-wheel get you as a hammer saw?
Pushing power.
Okay.
Absolutely.
5,
You sacrifice
4,
width usually, but you
3,
get pushing power.
2,
So you get to push them up
1.
against the wall easier
Fight,
without having to...
robots, fight.
Okay, sorry. I locked in for this box rush.
Yeah. Looks like Floodgate took off all their side armor and put it on top.
As we are one to do against hammer saws as builders. Hammer saw game plan, don't activate the weapon until you get an opportunity to use it. So the weapon's not spinning yet, but she's trying to win the ground game and trying to set up a hit.
Pins seem so crucial for these hammer saw bots.
Absolutely. Hammer saws are in essence a sort of control bot with a very strong weapon that can one-hit kill you, but they need to control you first.
Which is why ground game is so important, which is probably why she's running those sprung forks.
Those spring-tip forks so low to the ground.
Ooh, solid redirect.
This might
Big
be the
opportunity.
This might be the kill shot.
Right into the battery.
There it is. Magic smoke. Tap out instantly.
Oh, what did you say about a one-hit KO? All it takes? Beautiful.
That is the Hammersaw game plan executed better than you could ever draw it up.
Great match. You can add your side armor to the top of your robot, but if you're flipped upside down, it's not doing anything for you.
Rarely do we have robots that have enough weight in their configuration to add bottom armor. It does happen. I've done it, but it's rare.
Why? What? For against who?
Okay, so I may be talking myself up a little bit, and the bottom armor was basically a big sheet of metal that sat inside of the chassis, but it was for Turbo Fiend and for getting flipped upside down.
Okay. Against
Boopster, which I did lose.
Oh, well I don't know, that makes sense because he can hit from the bottom or the top.
Yeah.
And how did he KO you?
Yeah.
With a bottom shot?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. It's been a minute, but I got booped. We talk about these robots a lot, and we talk about how awesome some of these names are. When you get into a bracket, especially prelim, what's the scariest name isn't necessarily the most intimidating name. It's not always Emperor, Overlord, Emulsifier, Maximizer, Megatron. Those are very scary. But what really scares me the most are names like Boopster. Before I knew what Boopster was, I saw that and I went pale. I went, uh-oh. That's going to be a scary robot that a very competent engineer made. My first ever maybe devastating solo loss at NHRL was to a Hammersaw called Choppa Boppa. And from there, it gave me the attitude of like, that's who you got to be afraid of. That's the name who you got to worry about.
Yeah, they don't need to compensate for anything. You know, it's not like the name is there to strike fear in your hearts. It's the robot.
The builders.
Maybe the name is to disarm you.
Well, it does make you think you're going up against a silly little guy, and they are silly little guys, but those are the scary ones.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you got to watch out for at NHRL and other robot combat competitions.
Floodgate got a blast from the CO2 fire extinguisher, but it looks like it's still got a few wisps of smoke.
Just waiting for that battery to clear out before we yank that robot out of the cage with the cage manager's protective gear. We get it into the sand bucket to prevent any fire mishaps from happening. And there we go. Into the sand bucket. For some of the builders in the pit, or for those of you at home who have never been in the NHRL pits before, who have never participated in a robot combat, when you're in the pits, you do get a sense that you got to watch out for the black and white striped referees and similar staff wheeling out a bucket, because there's something bad in that bucket, and they're trying to get it out of the way. And it's usually a robot that's been set on fire or had its battery torn to pieces or something similar.
Have you ever been put in the sand bucket?
Oh yeah, that's when me and my brother fought at World Finals last year.
Yeah.
He eliminated me in top 8 in prime time of World Finals, and I'm weak to hammer saws with the robot that I run the most. Turbo
TPU
Fiend.
top armor, I believe.
Yeah, TPU top armor, nothing on bottom. Basically TPU all the way around, wide. Not the best self-rider, but yeah, Julian destroyed my underside. That copy of Turbo Fiend was no more. And then I had to go over his house and put on the gloves and get all the components out of there, see what can be salvaged, basically nothing, and wipe all of the horrific melted TPU off of there.
And all your like wire housing melts into your frame, and your electronics just get so disgustingly stinky and charred.
Covered in basically soot.
Yeah, and plus the sand from the bucket itself is never fun.
I kind of forgot about that part.
Getting caught on fire in a fighting robot match is not a pleasant experience for the robot itself.
Not for the robot, no, but
for the fans at home.
For the fans at home, and for some of the more masochistic builders amongst us who do like to see our creations get smashed. if you're a builder, you love chaos, right? You love fighting, and you love to see. Sometimes you love to see. I don't know, when Julian lined me up for a KO shot and I was so totally dead, I was like, bring it. I was just like, come on.
Yeah.
And even when it's not my brother, I do the same thing. I say, you know, I'm ready to see my bot get smushed. If I'm losing, I want to lose spectacularly.
Yeah, and that provides a larger opportunity for improvement.
More data.
Yes.
We can rationalize all we want.
Oh, all the wires melted. That's good to know.
Oh, these wheels definitely can't survive fire. I definitely needed that data.
All right, we are doing the final touches on sweeping cage 2.
These cages have taken a beating today. Just a testament to how great these fights have been. So much action. Even in that fight we just saw with Usagi versus Floodgate, there was some, you know, it was a one-hit kill, but before the one-hit kill, there was some bouncing around. There was weapons touching the ground.
Right, and it looks like we have Loopy and Termination Shock loading into cage 2 right now.
I've never seen so many Torque Walkers in one day.
Well, I think so far they're all from the same guy. Takati and Loopy are both from Coleman Christie here.
So far, but there's more walkers in the pit, not Torque Walkers. But maybe I should change what I'm saying. I've never seen so many walkers in one day too, not just Torque Walkers.
And I think we have just about all the non-traditional locomotion archetypes represented. So there's some gyrobots. There's the dual spinner in the 30-pound class.
Mm-hmm. There's a True Walker we just saw.
2 True Walkers in this one. There's the 3-pounder Silly and Drift, who just really, really exploded in their first match.
We got Melties.
Got Melties, although that's not technically a non-traditional locomotion to the Casimir clan's disfortune.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But non-traditional is we also have the AI Melty, of course, and that's
true. Which you do get some form of weight bonus for having autonomous systems in your robot like that.
We got a nice close-up of Loopy's aesthetic design.
And I think that's the one thing Takati was missing. Was a powerful booty.
Yeah. You know, glute strength, movement. The torque walker's got to walk, you know, it's got to have that muscle.
Yeah, I think we're just missing flying bots or hovercraft in this tournament.
I've always wanted to fight Spitfire.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
This is going to be exciting. Loopy has pretty strong top armor.
Yeah, those spinning blades.
Not only the spinning blades covering it, but it looks like that's carbon fiber on top. And strong armor on bottom.
Is carbon fiber good top armor?
It's better than TPU. It's okay. On a scale of TPU to like AR 500, it's somewhere in the middle. It's not nothing. But there's also the fact that torque walkers are extremely hard to pin down. Like I was mentioning earlier, a hammer saw or an overhead attack robot's got to get you in the corner before it snipes you for that one-hit kill. But you'll find in watching this fight that Loopy is very hard to pin. Even upside down, you want to push it around. The pushing motion is going to make it flip and fly.
So, is there ever a moment when you would utilize Brett in your pinning, like trying to get a tighter angle, a tighter corner to shove them into?
I'm so happy you asked that. When a torque walker or a similar robot is always going to be spinning, if you push it up against Brett, that's basically like getting a free hit on it. You're pushing their weapon, their spinning weapon, up against extremely strong metal. The house robots, for a moment I thought we were going to see Loopy do the thing by being stuck in the ground. But yes, I've not fought a lot of these, but I've been wary of trying to get similar robots and similar archetypes up against Brett.
Ooh. Oh, is that stuck in the side TPU?
Looks like it. Spinning up weapon going to go for a hit. Worth noting that Termination Shock hasn't really used their weapon yet.
Not once. They're trying to get that pin first.
If this goes to JD, that's going to be a knock on them for not having aggression with that weapon. I don't envy the judges that might have to score control on this one though. Got a minute left.
So many chunks taken out of the floor in this match.
Couple chunks taken out of Termination Shock.
Come on, now. Not a lot of spin on it, though. The hammer strike seems powerful, but the saw side of the hammer saw, not quite there.
Sorry, I'm on the edge of my seat trying to see if Termination Shock can get just one last hit in.
Yeah, we're hyper-focused on these interactions, these exchanges. Looks like some struggle coming out of the left side of Termination Shock.
You see, Loopy's been more in control in these last 10 seconds than it's been in the entire fight. When it was essentially going back and forth, that's the Torque Walker doing its game plan properly. Hear Coleman getting coached saying you were too easy on him, and Coleman agrees.
Oh, it does work! Oh, you think I use it?
Very animated cage side.
Touch of ribbing.
No, it's combat robots, folks, not wedgie bots. Wait, can the arm spin? Did we test that?
Kind of funny coming from that team.
Okay. I didn't see their arm move.
Famous for full court.
Infamous for full court.
And that's,
Although I'm a really big full court fan. Brett's gonna push Loopy back to the cage side because
this is a courteous gentleman.
not only a courteous gentleman, but we might be here an extra minute or so if we had to say, okay, spin up your weapons and do the thing where you
waddle on over, please.
Yeah, waddle on to the corner. I've driven a Torque Walker in 1 pound.
And Cheddar Goblin?
Well, there's Cheddar Goblin, but there's also Turbocopter in the Turbo Friend Fiend line with, little beady black eyes like how I like. But
it's just like a red Cheddar Goblin?
It's blue. This one's blue. This is a good guy.
A friend,
yeah.
not a Fiend. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
This is actually pre-Turbo Fiend. This was before a Turbo Fiend had even been built. But let me tell you, folks, those robots are not easy to drive. The mechanism is essentially you're walking by mixing the controller in such a way that you spin the weapons up and down on either side. Mm-hmm. So if it's like rowing a boat a little bit. You want to turn, so you row harder on one side, and the weapon will spin up harder on one side and less so on the other, and it'll walk. And then you flip, and you do the motion in reverse, and you walk to the other side, and you take steps, basically. Extremely hard just to get that part down. But then when you're in the bot and you're taking hits and you're trying to spin up and your weapon is being spun down because it's taking hits and it's flipping around and you're trying to regain control, it is tough. It's rough. And massive kudos to anybody who steps into the cage with a Torque Walker. Not only do I love the archetype, but my goodness, it takes a lot of skill to pilot those things.
That's cool. I never really thought about it like that. And I wonder how high the ceiling is for being able to control your torque reaction walker.
I'm not sure we've seen it. I think the closest that we've seen is Loopy and Droopy, and of course Booty Brigade. I think that's.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 golden Bretts
in
that Droopy line.
But even then, I don't think we've seen the ceiling. I think there's still room for improvement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because everyone's still doing it manually. I wonder if there's some sort of sequencing you can program into your controller or your robot that would kind of simplify things on the sticks.
Perhaps. There's always room to improve. And I think with a bot that's that difficult to pilot, we've maybe not seen drivers get as close to the ceiling as we do see them for robots that you see hundreds of more matches for. Like we've seen many, many more matches for, simple beaters and verts because we have a lot of data on those. We have a lot of different robots on those doing slightly different variations on the same thing. But we don't have as many Torque Walkers to draw that data from.
Good point.
Right now, loading in. We have Jackalope this time, no saw.
Yeah, what is this config? Just classic Jackalope? It's got the lifter up front, the vert.
Who's on the other side there? Who's in the blue corner?
That's Pastrami. which I believe is a Georgia Tech bot. If ending in an I is the way you tell it's a Georgia Tech bot.
You learn something new every day. Looks like they took off their forks for this one.
It is Georgia Tech.
I think it's a confusing ground game to have to win against Jackalope, which has the lifter directly in front of its vert.
5, 4.
Let's get
3,
right into it.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
With some floor contact on the drum of pastrami.
Some animated cheering coming cage side. Pastrami doing very well inverted right now, but giving up its back, and Jackalope gets a nice clean hit in. There we go. Pastrami self-righted.
Do you think it was an active decision to not run forks on pastrami for this match?
It's got to be. I think it's just a matter of wanting to get better contact weapon to weapon, because Jackalope sacrifices some amount of weight in her weapon to have that lifter. Pastrami doesn't have a lifter, so there's no weight sacrifice there. They get to put more weight into their weapon, and they want to make weapon-to-weapon contact.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which they're doing a good job of now, gaining some more control back in this part of the fight.
Making a lot of weapon-to-floor contact, too.
Yeah, that might have been a consequence of taking the forks out and changing up their ground game. Maybe better, maybe worse. Jackalope getting under pastrami for a moment. Big hits, big flips. Pastrami spending a significant portion of this fight inverted. You can hear the crowd just sort of go, hey, oh, and every time it's A, it's when they get a hit or they get self-righted right side up, and they go no or oh every time.
Uh-oh.
Every time he gets upside down to do the thing. Unstick called. Blue light meaning calling for an unstick.
Is there one unstick for the pastrami team?
It's nice to see it get used in the fight before the last 30 seconds are up. Doesn't really look like either robot's taken much in the way of damage, maybe just superficial damage.
Then how would you scale this aggression or control between these two robots?
I think they've both been very aggressive with their weapons. It's tough on to score a bot like Jackalope. It's got the lifter and the vert. It looks like Pastrami's weapon is off. I hope it spins up in the function test.
Well, that's going to do it. It's going to go to the judges.
Yes, Captain. And rotate. Okay, try. Full function.
You can hear the ref calling for the functionality test. Show me drive, show me weapon. That info is all relayed to the team of judges watching the match. They use that to score damage.
I was going to say, it is post-Halloween, sort of November 1st, soft Halloween Saturday, but, you know, Gwen lives a lifestyle that I might not even consider this a costume.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is every other weekend she's wearing this and going to different types of tournaments.
You know, fencing tournaments, Ren fairs, just hanging out.
Just walking down the street, big sword privilege.
I have never fenced Gwen, but I personally have some experience in historic European martial arts or HEMA.
Naturally.
And I will tell you, Gwen is skilled. That's all I will say on the matter.
What is her sword of choice?
I'm pretty sure she mostly does German longsword, but I've seen her compete at other mixed weapon tournaments. I've seen her fight with a sidearm of jackalope horns.
Cool.
As a sort of parrying device.
Yeah, kind of lock up your opponent's
Yes,
weapon.
precisely. In the offhand, you lock
Like
you
a
lock
sai almost.
a sai or a parrying dagger, they call them.
Did you see that match with the 4-hit combo?
We call those strings in the fighting game business. In my head, I didn't say it out loud, but in my head, I said they're doing strings.
I'm looking forward to the 10-hit.
Deep cut. And then I did see somebody in the chat say another robot was dropping combos.
Which, you know,
Yeah.
the one after it only got a 2-hit.
Yeah, only a 2-hit. Sometimes you go for juggles in this sport where you knock them around and you try to zoom forward up to them and hit them again before they really can regain control.
And I don't I've been watching Fighting Robots for a few decades, and I don't remember this being a part of the sport back in the day.
Combos.
Combos, like aerial juggles.
Driver skill has improved alongside overall engineering skill and material improvements and motor and electronics improvements in these robots over the decades. Weight classes have meta shifts, etc. But I would say the average driver now is significantly better than the average driver 20 years ago. And I don't think that's necessarily a hot take. We live in a more
The tech is better, and it makes driving easier.
and we have a more active internet that's easier to upload and download videos, so we see a lot more driving. We see a lot more matches.
And there are a ton more tournaments now as well, so you get that driving practice in. And whew, monthly for NHRL means a lot of fights are happening here. A lot of data is being collected. A lot of bots are getting destroyed.
I'm so spoiled by living close to NHRL, I gotta tell you.
Me too. It
Thank-
makes my commute way easier.
I really, really, really enjoy being as close as I can to this venue and to this tournament, to this sport.
And here we are in Cage 1, where we've got the Leatherbacks Buzzkill and Taco Tuesday. And I'm going to let you guess which one's which.
Taco Tuesday is on camera right now, has a really, really pleasant design. I've already talked about bugs last time I was here in the booth on commentary, but this one looks a little bug-like, not just with the antenna, but the little shell of sorts.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what bug is this? It's like an isopod, kind of.
I agree.
But cool, they have the lifter, a little spatula.
That's a very unique weapon in the front.
It's
And
a very unique bot in general.
what are those shapes on the back? And
Lettuce,
what is-
cheese,
what is that wheel on the
meat.
back?
That's how they turn. I know the larger version of this bot runs only 2 wheels, one, and they're perpendicular to each other.
I'm not trying to ham it up. This robot makes me feel a little incredulous. Like, what?
I feel hungry. I know that tacos are delicious, and that lettuce just looks divine.
Sam, I'm hungry for some action. I want to see this thing kill or be killed. Maybe a little bit dramatic for something called Taco Tuesday, but I want to see this thing in action.
Well, the box is locked. There's Liam discussing some strat with Jake Hoffman. Liam has won a golden dumpster with this robot on his birthday.
On his birthday, no less. I was there for that. There's always a little bit of like. Okay, I think there's a little bit of holiday magic there. I think it's your birthday. You're gonna do better. It just is that way sometimes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Buzzkill spun up, getting that first engagement. Just a little baby spinner on Taco Tuesday. But good thing they went with the hard shell. I feel like if it was a soft shell taco, Buzzkill would just go right into it.
Maybe in 3 pounds we might see a soft shell one day. There's the splash was off. We're starting to see some damage on the shell too. The side armor
Getting crunched up.
spinner's alive and kicking.
You know, I don't think that's an antenna anymore. I think it's like a stabilizing stick.
Yeah, I was looking at it as antenna from a biological perspective, but from a technological perspective, that's a self-righting and stabilization tool.
Taco Tuesday getting splayed out, getting chewed up. That shell on the left side is about halfway cut through.
Looks like Buzzkill is sort of running away, to borrow a video game term, kiting Taco Tuesday.
Yeah.
Trying to create distance and then turn around and get a hit with a little bite.
Is he able to gyro self-right with that thing? That's pretty cool. You see that a lot in like drum spinners and vertical spinners, but
Not as much in horizontal.
I do know horizontals spin one direction much easier than they do the other, depending on which way the blade is rotating.
All right, the Taco Tuesday is staying tight on aggression, but difficult to do any damage from this point.
Oh,
Getting her up on the lip.
Nice.
That's better call for an unstick.
all right. Does Taco Tuesday know you can block Brett, and can it block Brett?
I'm not sure how efficient this shape would be at blocking Brett, but you gotta try, right? All right, there's the unstick. Okay, unstuck. You got 45 seconds. Your path to victory is to make him do the thing again.
That's all it takes, but not a lot of time left to do it.
Really tall ask. But you always gotta play to your outs, you know?
The outer shell almost fully removed on Taco Tuesday. It is about to be a taco salad. Oh, it's a rice bowl of sorts.
Sorry, I gasped because I saw skirting on the lip and I was like, could we see Taco Tuesday get turned into a taco bowl and still clutch out a victory? I was still holding on.
Oh, I see receiver wires. 10 seconds left, but that is going to do it for Carter Hurd and Taco Tuesday.
Carter clapping on the camera. You can see him not on the stream view, but you know I can see him enjoying this loss as much as anybody else might. Smile on his face. You can't build a robot like Taco Tuesday and not have fun every single fight. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, that's why you built Taco Tuesday.
That's why you built
it's for fun. That's why there's lettuce and cheese on top of it. That doesn't do much for you in a match.
We got a bunch of fun havers here in the pits at NHRL.
Yeah,
I'm a known fun haver.
loaded with fun havers.
5, 4.
All right, we're in cage
3,
2. We got a big wheel
2,
in Colossus versus the
Fight.
yellow
Robots
Sting
fight.
operation.
This is, in my opinion, the epitome of the current meta shift at NHRL. I've seen a lot of big wheels and a lot of hammer saws today. We got hammer saw versus big wheel. And you see Mark with Sting operation having that sort of
Punted. Behind Brett.
got himself off the wall. You see those forks with the sort of grabbers to corral the big wheel in place. We call those bike racks sometimes. So he's got the what I might call a bike rack configuration to try to get, again, mentioned earlier, hammer saw's got to get pinned so it can do damage to you. How do you pin a big wheel?
They're so slippery and wheelie.
Some really big grabbers might help. Colossus's weapon is smooth. You can hear it spinning, but
You know, it seems like a similar strategy to some rhinoceros beetles.
yeah, trying to lock you up with the front horns, basically. Those forks are for wrestling you into the corner. You're trying to pin just like you are with normal forks, but it has ceased to become a ground game fully.
Right.
Those forks are in there.
Sky forks. Whoa, cool.
Colossus's weapon locked
Was
up.
that a throw?
Suplex?
Yeah.
Hammer saws are prone to suplexing and getting suplexed.
It seemed like the blade of Colossus got stuck in Sting operation and sent him around the body of Colossus. That was cool.
Some sparks. Colossus's weapon has bumped up against the cage, but it's seeming to be completely full
Ooh,
functionality.
what? Oh, Brett's lid! What a sound.
Big fan of all the sounds we hear at NHRL.
Oh, whoa! de-armed and roof-shotted.
That's not just the weapon that's off. The whole arm is off. So we're not going to see any half weapon. I can still move my arm functionality test at the end.
That's it.
That's a tap out.
Good match.
Tap out.
Very good match indeed. Colossus's weapon has a lot of reach, and they have a Beetle plushie too. See, I'm not the only one.
Cool.
That thing is so cute. Give me one.
Yeah. All right, I hope Brett gets his head back on correctly. Secured.
Screw Brett's head back on tight. Let's scoop out the arm of Colossus and get it back to Mark Young, the builder.
All right, well, that is going to do it for me until KO Show. Dima, this was a blast, as always.
Pleasure as always,
Have
Sam.
fun without me.
Hammer saws have a debatably vulnerable weapon. They're not really trying to go weapon to weapon like verts or horizontals sometimes are. They counter that vulnerability by holding the arm back. So you hold the arm and the weapon all the way back. You don't put it in harm's way until you have control and you know there's no harm and you can take a safe shot. Right? You following me? But a big wheel, it's got a big weapon. And that has a lot of reach. And depending on how they move in the cage, they might roll over you and hit that arm anyway. And that's kind of what happened. And with the angle that Colossus hit Sting Operation at, it sort of ripped the... You could tell by the way the wires got chunked too. It sort of bit into the arm and ripped it out. As opposed to like hitting it so hard it snapped in half or something like that. It wasn't a matter of brittleness. It was a matter of the angle getting enough bite. When it kept spinning, it ripped the assembly out. We talk a lot about bugs, but it's Pokemon time. We got Minun and Plusle in the cage. Never known anybody to be so perfectly on theme with a bot like this. The red and blue, the suits. It's too perfect, it's too cute. Looks like they're up against 12 speed. Might have heard of 10 speed, folks. First learned that term from a Coheed and Cambria song back in the day. And now it's time for 12 speed. That's 2 more. You know, Spinal Tap, we've heard of things going up to 11. Let's kick it up to 12. Let's bump it up 1 more. You can see a nice little zoom in. Look at the treads on Minun and Plusle. Look at the beautiful impactors on those weapons. Look at those beautiful wedges. Look at those treads. This is not only a very pleasant bot, thematically, aesthetically, but you know, even if it wasn't Minun and Plusle, even if they weren't so on theme, this is a beautiful bot to look at. I love these two. Spinning the hex key, turning it on, or perhaps getting ready to turn on once they get the order to, from the cage managers. I'm excited for this one. Minun and Plusle have very short forks. It might be hard to win the ground game against 12 speed. But how much does the ground game matter when you get to play 2-on-1 with a weight bonus? We got 2. Oh, looks like we're going to another cage. Looks like Minun and Plusle and 12 speed are going to be on hold for a second, so we're going to kick it off to another fight. You see Nate in the cage there with Drumchild versus Puka. Those are two pretty similar looking weapons, two pretty similar looking drums. Two 4-wheel drive drum bots versus each other. This is going to be a lot of head-to-head weapon-on-weapon clashes. Let's see who comes out on top. It's interesting to see, again, to borrow another video game term, we might call these mirror matches, or dittos, for those who might play Smash Brothers or other games. We're seeing a 4-wheel drive beater, or a drum vert mirror match. Same archetype. The differences in smaller things. You see, the differences in bots that are the same archetype, it's going to lie in what kind of wheels are you running? What kind of drive motors are you running? You know, programming your bot, turn speed, stuff like that. Puka spinning its weapon, seeing, are we working? Are we paired? Yes, you are. Drumchild doing the same. So ref's got confirmation. Both bots are fully functional and ready to fight. Thumbs up to the ref after an "Are you ready?" question,
4,
and we're off to the
3,
races.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
No box rush. We're cutting corners and doing figure eights and getting fancy with our driving. Oh, instead of box rushing and worrying about weapon to weapon, Drumchild's getting some good oblique hits on Puka's sort of diagonal side. Drumchild firmly in the driver's seat so far in this first 25 seconds. Puka's doing the thing. Can still move, can still spin. All right, right side back up, and Nate on Drumchild instantly goes in for another hit. Drumchild has scored all the hits in control so far, but Puka doesn't look damaged, so to speak. So this is still anybody's game. Puka scores a big hit of their own. A couple even. Bouncing around. These robots have a lot of force, so when they turn like this, you see them kick up, you see them gyro off the ground. Ooh. Looks like Puka's having a harder time staying in control than Drumchild, though. Careful, just like I mentioned with Sam earlier, you don't want to slam your weapon up against Brett. It's an easy way to hurt your weapon. Drumchild does it once, perhaps by accident. That looked like a clean weapon-on-weapon hit. We got a minute left in this fight. I'm curious to see if one weapon will take enough damage to go down. That was a really big hit. That was a really big weapon-to-weapon hit that looked firmly in Puka's favor. I get really excited by a match like this because this is all fundamentals. No funny business, no monkey business, no multi-bots, no crazy locomotion. Just 2 4-wheel drive, 2 drums, smash each other really hard for 3 minutes. This is a boxing match. I love every robot NHRL, meaning I love the fundamentals just as much as the crazy and the crazy fun having robots. Puka got a nice hit on the back to end the fight. That's got to look good in the eyes of the judges. And hits on the side. No damage to the wheels though. Okay, nice. Timer got counted. Fight's over, and we didn't accidentally hit each other after the clock stopped. I think we're going to see a quick functionality test, and I think the functionality test is going to reveal that both robots have full drive and full weapon, so it's going to go to the judges. You know, just like a really even head-to-head boxing match, this one might be a little hard to judge too. In boxing or other martial arts, you might judge on number of significant strikes. We don't have such a thing here at NHRL, but that would dictate who was the more aggressive and who was the more in control, who got to hit the other robot more. And now I'm being joined by one Mr. Jake Hoffman in the booth.
Good to see you, Demon Papasian. I like hitting robots.
I like hitting robots.
I like watching robots hit each other.
You know, I keep talking about boxing and martial arts. I think I just like seeing stuff hit stuff.
I wouldn't fault you for that. I think that's a...
I'm not a big football fan, but, you know, a lot of that sport is people hitting each other.
It's primal.
It's primal.
It's primal.
Robots is primal. I
Yes,
remember
it is.
the first time I stepped in. Okay, the first couple times I stepped in the pits,
Yeah.
I got this bodily feeling like I was entering the cage because
Yes.
that was the only instinct
Yeah.
that I had was entering the ring to do martial arts. But you're not entering the cage, the robot is. But it is primal, like you feel it.
It's a piece of you.
Yeah.
You know, when you build a robot, you really you put your soul into it.
That's
you
a
really
piece-
do.
that's a piece of your
That's
heart.
an extension of myself.
That's
yeah,
something
absolutely.
you created. That's an avatar.
Absolutely. We've got Weather Report here. Weather Report, I love 12-pounders. Okay?
Yeah.
The intricacies of the 12-pound weight class really stem from the fact that the cage-to-weight ratio, it's the same cage that the 30 pounds fight in, but it's a lighter weight class. So you have smaller bots in a bigger arena, and that makes the driving very technical. You don't see a lot of shufflers.
No, you don't.
You don't.
Why is that, Jake?
Because a shuffler, to succeed in the 12-pound class, you have to have a certain level of mobility, and shufflers have historically
Lower mobility.
lower mobility. Right, that's the trade-off. Weather Report kind of turns that on its head. It's very mobile. It's just about as mobile as having wheels. Carrie Weaver, the builder. This machine's horrifying. Every time I see it, I'm horrified. And they are going up against another horrifying robot out of Brazil. This is Zupacabra. This is kind of the flagship warrior design, this beater. And they've beaten me before. It happened.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's a terrifying weapon, even if it wasn't painted red.
4.
Fire up Duolingo and learn
2,
how to beg for mercy
1.
in Portuguese.
Fight,
Don't mind
robots,
if I do.
fight.
It's the best advice I got. A little pensive from Weather Report.
Weather Report, get a nice hit on the back. This could. Oh, just spoke too soon.
Ooh. Self-righting has been a problem for them in the past. We'll see if they've made any changes to support that.
They're spinning up so fast, they're not even knocking Weather Report around. They're just chewing into the carbon fiber bottom.
Yep. Zupacabra's getting some good hits on the cleats there. Perhaps locking up side on that
Tap
shuffler.
out.
That's a quick tap out.
Yep.
I think Weather Report saw that their drive was locked up and decided, you know, maybe we got some more tournament stamina to worry about. Let's not just let the Chupacabra eat us alive.
Tournament stamina. I like that. Tournament stamina.
If you're 1-0 in prelims
Yep.
and you know you're about to be 1-1
Yeah.
and you want to be 2-1 and make it into bracket and potentially prime time,
Right.
you got to worry about how many components you got left up there
Yep.
in your big Home Depot cases, in the boxes you brought. You got to worry about how many copies of each robot you have virtually, theoretically ready to go. I say this because a lot of people who aren't in the sport, they ask me, how important is repairing your robot in between each match? Extremely.
And how long are we given to repair these robots?
It depends. It
Depends. And what does it depend on?
Your division, how many fights
Yeah.
are left?
Yeah.
Where in the tournament you are, absolutely.
Yeah.
If there's
Yeah.
if we're in prelims or an early bracket, there's more robots and more fights going on. But if you're in prime time, there's only 8 robots left. You got a couple you have a fight and there's only 2 fights before your next one. And you might not you don't get an extension.
Yeah.
There were times when we were really down to the wire when me and Julian were prepping for 3 pounds where we only had around half an hour.
That's not long to turn around. Sometimes 2 robots.
Even if you have totally fresh components ready, It's not building Legos. Sometimes we joke that it is not.
Especially with the
5,
mechanism as complex
4,
as the
3,
shufflers on
2,
Weather Report.
1.
That's why I like to keep it simple
Robots
sometimes.
fight.
Dimacrous versus Mag.
Mag is kind of a classic horizontal design. Aluminum uprights, built by Derek Tran, coming from California.
Driver of Dimacrous getting super into this. Just like we said, this robot's an extension of yourself. You feel those hits and you feel the hits you dish out.
That form is important. Dimacarius has configured, I think, properly for this fight with that big titanium wedge that's designed to feed that blade on mag up into the weapon.
So for the folks at home, Dimacrous wants to go weapon to weapon in this matchup?
I think so. I think so. Dimacrous is a disc, a double disc, so you can see a disc on either side of those of that opening there. I think weapon on weapon is wow. That's a big impact. Is going to be the ticket for them to win. Mag is looking to get those wheels.
In a fight like this, if you're in the pit, if you're in the cage, you got to think: do I want to go weapon to weapon? Not only in a sense of like strategy to win, but just like keeping my weapons safe. For example, if you have a small vert and you're up against a really big wheel, you think to yourself, I can't go weapon to weapon.
And this is the win condition for Mag here. Get this robot upside down and then really start to add up on the hits.
Use that horizontal to tear through the back.
Yeah,
perfectly lined up.
This is a great opportunity for Mag right now
Dimacrous
to get under.
Dimacrous gets square just in time though.
I wish I had 3D glasses on. That would have been a fun. That is,
You know what they say, the movies are back.
And Dimacrous has actually recovered from these scenarios where it's upside down quite nicely.
Oh, absolutely.
I am shocked with the reliability with the hits that it's been putting out, and Mag as well, fully functional. Going here into the last minute.
Really important to stay square and parallel, and they're doing a great job of that.
Yeah.
Not letting Mag sort of use their width to cut a bad hit on them.
That was a great combo there. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Stuck.
Unstick. Blue lights.
Dimacrous is going to be kind. Let this unstick play out here. Got 30 seconds left on the clock, and Mag is stuck.
Unstick not successful yet.
There we go. Back off. And Dimacrous immediately coming in for that hit. Mag getting around to the back there. They're looking to add one more hit right before we go to the judges.
2, 1. Whew, that was a great fight.
That was a lot of back and forth, and the level of function at the end, both robots looking like they could do it again. I mean, that was, for the amount of hits, it really speaks to the quality of both those competitors, the reliability that Derek has put into his machine, and the reliability of Dimacarius.
I love Dimacarius, could pronounce it a couple different ways.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm messing that up.
You know, I should know, but I don't know. And funnily enough, when I go to sign like a trophy or a robot for somebody, and I sign Dima, and then I look down and I saw that Dimacarius also signed.
Dima's easy. That's only 4 letters. I like that.
I like having a 4-letter name.
Something about Jake.
Oh, there's something about Jake. Let me tell you.
It's easy to sign. Easy to sign.
We say my full name a lot. We say Dima Papazian, but
5,
I like being a little
4,
mononymous, like Cher.
3,
I like being just
2,
Dima.
1.
This is Zach Knight.
Robots fight.
Zach Knight going up against Glow Up.
Promheta. Now that one I do know how to pronounce. Promheta.
Promheta, one of the most punishing verts. Promheta has the most wins in the weight class.
Whoa.
Big hit there.
Belt is off.
That's the tread off of Glow Up. Glow Up is using these thick, wide treads to help it move around the arena. Zach being extremely patient here, lining up his shots.
2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Why rush?
He's got plenty of time to line up that last tread there. He sees the target. Rob Sarakin is trying to keep it away from him.
When a drive side is down like that and you're kind of crab walking through the arena, your opponent's got all the time in the world to line up shots.
He's just landed 3 or 4 precise shots on the left side. Yep, there's the other belt. That's going to be a quick knockout for the most winningest robot in the history of NHRL.
Just goes to show it's got quantity as well as quality.
Absolutely.
We keep talking about sound design, and I know you love 12s.
I love 12s.
But some of those hits, I just like felt it in my bone, just like those.
And Promhead is a robot that spins. You know, you hear a lot of people, oh, I'm pushing, 290, 270 miles an hour tip speed. Promhead is sitting down there at the 180s. So it's when it makes an impact, it gets that guttural, that oomph. You know, it's like a linebacker. I know you're not a football fan. You've already told me you're not a football, but I'm yeah.
No, martial arts term. He's got a big slow overhand. He's gonna hit you with. He's not trying to.
Ray Lewis. That's football. Sorry, I'm not trying to make.
Let's just name guys.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco, you know.
Currently playing for the Cincinnati Bengals right now, actually.
Is Joe Flacco elite? Never mind. Let's
talk about something we know about.
Yeah.
Let's keep the topic on something we can, which is 12-pound robots. Rob Sarakin tying up Glow Up right now, trying to
tying it up with a little bow.
Yeah, both of those treads are off. It looks like one is in half. One is in. That one's still usable.
Rob with the beautiful Team Pandemonium jerseys. Got one of my own.
Yeah.
It's really love those jerseys.
Yeah. Glow Up is one of the most technically proper robots in its build quality.
It's perfectly engineered.
It's well. Nothing's perfect, Dima. Oh, come on.
There's no such thing. You know what I mean?
It's quite close. I'll say that.
Beautifully and well engineered.
I'll be kind to Rob. It's close.
Beautifully engineered.
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Well,
technically correct.
Say something beautiful about Zach Knight's engineering then.
No.
Fine.
He's gonna kill me for that later.
Yeah, me too.
No, Zach Knight's robot. I think
we talked it up. It's got the most wins in the weight class.
Yeah, I've done plenty. I've done my time as far as his company. No, Promheta is one of those robots that has been iterated on and is
dialed in.
Yeah. It's very end game, and it's like. And its form and its function. Everything on it is kind of reaching that level of optimization where it's just like, okay, this is the way that this should be. Recently, he switched his wheels from, it was very smart. He had issues with gyroing, so he had his wheels closer to the frame and his belt on the outside, and he flipped those so that the wheels on the outside, and when that robot gyros up on end, the wheel still makes contact and he can still make those corners. And the level of mobility that he got out of that was significant. So.
I didn't know he made that change, but I think it seems impactful because even in that fight, you saw his gyro and his drifting was clean.
Yes. It's been the weakest part of that robot, and now the mobility is one of the strongest parts of that robot. Without the weapon, it could have easily been a control bot.
We talk about iterating, getting that refining your bot over multiple events. I think Zach is one of the epitomes of that. He's got other robots in his, sort of rogues gallery, but he's been iterating on Promheta so consistently. That's his baby.
Speaking of something that kind of hasn't been iterated on, we've got jet lag. Yeah. Lars has brought this robot back. It's kind of a classic 3-pounder.
Before my time, one might even say.
Certainly before mine, even though he's younger than me.
That's one of the beauties of the sport, though.
Oh, if you have to fight a kid, they're amazing drivers.
We've talked about this. They're
amazing drivers.
They're fantastic drivers, and part of it is just a sort of sheer fearlessness. Like they haven't learned fear of like, oh, I gotta fix this robot after it's gonna be. Oh.
Yeah.
I gotta buy new batteries. They don't They don't know about that. They don't care about that.
I love seeing younger builders. I love seeing younger builders in the pits. I love to see what they pick up
4,
on.
3.
Love to see them evolve over time.
1.
Yes.
Fight,
Lars is not a
robots,
younger builder
fight.
anymore.
But let's see him go up against Bandelero.
Bandelero coming from Brazil.
Lars with his perfect aggression as always. Sort of matching the aggressive Brazilian style. But stuck in the corner. Bandelero gets a clean hit on the back. Let's see if it has any, no pun intended, impact on the rest of the match though. So the particular driver from the Brazil team on Bandelero is Pedro Paulo Silveira de Matos. Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
That
But,
was phenomenal pronunciation. That was
Whoa, these are some big hits, and Lars.
Oh, wow.
Lars has chewed up enough of Bandelero that I can't tell if the weapon is down from taking damage or if the weapon is down from being gummed up by TPU.
Yeah, it looks like there is a piece of TPU, red TPU, stuck in the back of jet lag. That is an unfortunate place for that to be stuck. It is jamming up that hub motor.
That doesn't happen all the time, but when it
Oh, and it's back.
and we got it. We got the technical weapon unstuck.
This is Lars's time, is to turn this fight around.
Whoa.
Wow!
Huge hits, but no one's going down yet. No weapon is going down.
This is Lars's moment to turn this fight around. He's been weaponed down for about a minute.
We're halfway through too. That's plenty of time. Lars doing a
Big hit
great
on
job
the side.
of working with his gyro rather than against it.
Left side getting a little bit sticky on jet lag now. That is not good for Lars. He can drive on one wheel very effectively, but it is going to limit the interactions that he can choose. This is a good pin here by the Brazilians.
Great way of putting it. It really is about the interactions that you get to choose.
Yeah, yeah. Bandelero maybe be weaponed down. Yeah, it is.
Not only that, but you might lose some control points when you figure 8 across the arena like that. 30 seconds left in the fight.
It's a good hit there.
Sun's going down on this fight. The arena itself is much quieter than it was at the start.
Yeah, yeah. Lars has throttled that weapon back in an attempt to drive a bit better.
Not only drive a bit better, but preserve, worst case scenario. Wouldn't ever jinx it, but what if you get knocked into Brett by accident and your weapon goes down because you were spinning at 100?
And that beater, I had to sit up. I think it's split.
You think it's
Look
split?
at that. That beater is split.
Whoa.
Yeah, that is a weapon that works, but it is broken in half. Wow.
And it still spins up.
Lars. Okay.
Okay, Lars.
It'll be interesting to see who the judges pick in that, but that is a lot of damage to that weapon. Split in half.
That
is a shocking amount of power out of jet lag. Wow. And even the Brazilians might be thinking right now, even though they won that fight, that's a. Gotta go back up to the pits with that one. Gotta sit with that.
I think both drivers, both pilots, drove fantastically that fight, especially at the start. There were some scrambles, and it was pure aggression.
Yeah, yeah. The Brazilian 3-pounders, they do a 2-minute fight. So it's a much more aggressive approach.
You get less opportunities, so those opportunities have to count.
Right.
You have less time to make those opportunities, so you don't get extra 15, 30 seconds here and there to try to self-right, pick your shots, dance around the arena, try to get a nice oblique hit.
Yeah.
You just gotta get that damage.
And it's completely reflected in the way that they build robots and the way that they drive their robots.
Do we have a judge's decision on Daimakuras versus Mag? Looks like it's still under review. I am curious about that one though. I hope I get to hear it before we get to the next fight.
Yeah.
Might just be biased talking, but I want to see how little Dima Daimakuras is doing.
I see.
I mean, if there was a robot that was the name of like a sword that also had the word Jake in it, you'd want to know how that robot. You want to know how that robot's doing.
I'd be a little bit biased toward it.
I'm a little biased. I wasn't biased in the fight. Looks like Mag was the winner. I hope I read that monitor right that we panned over the camera.
Yes. I think you are correct. In here we have Adamant Barrage. William Marchese is back. I know that it's.
Guess who's back?
He is. I think he's been here nearly every competition. And Adamant Barrage, it was kind of a robot that it's so a-traditional. When it came out, I was like, what's going on here?
I'm a huge fan. Huge.
It has become a force. Oh, certainly. It has become one of the most, it's odd to fight. And when he drives it, he drives the same robot every fight. If you fight it, it is your first time fighting a robot of this style.
Absolutely.
2,
this was sort of the inspiration for the original iteration of Turbo King, which never made it to NHRL. But I'll talk about that another time. Because right now we got Adamant Barrage versus Galaxy.
Wow, that's a great hit for Adamant Barrage, outreaching Galaxy. Galaxy is one of the only shufflers in the 12-pound weight class, and it is hypermobile. And this is going to be a big reach game. Adamant Barrage has a big weapon. Galaxy's got a big weapon.
Looks like Galaxy took a second trying to find that hit. You wouldn't even know it by how mobile Galaxy is, but that ever since that box rush, it's been the more mobile of these two bots.
Yes, it is a 18-pound shuffler. It is moving around the box perfectly. Adamant Barrage smoking now. That is certainly coming from the weapon as Adamant Barrage's weapon slows.
Driver of Galaxy, Shri, is a very intelligent engineer, and it shows in the cohesiveness of the design of Galaxy.
Yeah. That big spinner.
The compact electronics, the tight armor around the wheel, the shufflers, the movement mechanism, not the wheels, the legs.
And one of the only bots in the weight class that can really outreach Adamant Barrage. Adamant Barrage is so unique in its design that it can outreach its opponent. Galaxy uniquely positioned to counter this specific robot. So I think this is kind of an unfortunate matchup for Adamant Barrage. The shuffler lagging on the left side a little bit on Galaxy.
Yeah, but when you compare that to Adamant Barrage's weapon being totally down,
yeah.
If it was me in that cage, I'd rather have my weapon up than have my entire drive functional. I'd sacrifice that any day.
Absolutely. And now the right side on Adamant Barrage looking a little bit sad. Galaxy not moving at all now.
Uh-oh. Is that an unstick attempt?
Adamant Barrage staying in this. Bad luck is better than no luck.
Okay, we're spinning back up.
Oh, wow. And back up with 48 seconds on the clock. Can Shri get this?
I'm not even going to speculate on what might be causing Galaxy's movement and weapon
This
issues.
is going to end up being a closer fight than I think Shri wanted.
30 seconds left. Now we're both in survival mode in a way.
Yeah, this is... yeah, this is the part of the fight where you really think, wow, it's not looking so good.
That's the count out. Galaxy drew up the game plan perfectly.
Wow. And that is a knockout for Adamant Barrage coming back.
William jumping up and down, so excited. Sometimes the luck wins in your favor. Oh, Shri with his head on the cage. looking. Okay, we're gonna load these bots out, and that's gonna be our last fight for the prelim streams. Me and Jake are gonna sign off, and we're gonna be back live at 2 o'clock in around 10 minutes on the KO show on the main NHRL YouTube stream. If you want to watch any more prelim fights, you can go to the Brett Zone stream on the Brett Zone YouTube account. We have a lot of action and a lot of great fights lined up for the rest of the day. We have bracket coming up in the KO show, and afterwards we're gonna have prime time.
The prelims have been so good. I can't wait to see more.
Me neither. So we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Here's to another full day of beautiful robot combat.
Thank you, guys.